That's the the basic thing about the union budget. Of course, there are a lot of other policy announcements that are also made along with the budget. Now, the thing to remember is that how does the government earn money? The government earns a large amount of its money through raising taxes. So what are these taxes? So the first tax is the personal income tax, the income tax that you and I pay on the money that we earn. Then there is the goods and services tax, which we all keep hearing about. Then there is the income tax that corporations pay on the profit that they make. Then there is the excise duty, which the government charges on industrial production, or essentially what the companies produce and sell. And then there is import duty on goods and services that are imported into this country. So these are the 5 taxes through which the government primarily earns money. So, you must have heard a lot of people talk about, especially on the social media, that very few Indians pay tax. Now, this is really not true. Very few Indians actually pay income tax. Okay, so an estimate from 2021-22 essentially suggests that around a little over 2 crore people in India pay income tax. But that does not mean that people don't pay tax in India. Let's say you buy a product. Now, into the price of the product, the goods and services tax, the excise duty, and the import duties are built in. So essentially, everyone who is, all of us buy something or the other. And when we buy stuff, we do pay a lot of indirect taxes. Now, given that all of us pay tax, hence any change in the tax structure impacts us. And the change in the tax structure for all taxes except the GST happened during the course of a budget. So which is why, the budget essentially impacts our daily lives, and which is why it's important for us as citizens and voters to basically have a simple understanding of what the budget stands for. So this was one way the budget impacts us. There is another slightly complicated way through which the budget impacts our daily lives. So, very few governments actually all across the world, almost none, actually earn all the money that they spend. So there is a difference between the total amount of money that a government earns and the total amount of money that it spends. And this difference is technically referred to as the fiscal deficit. So the fiscal deficit is essentially financed by the government by borrowing money. And how do they borrow money? They borrow money by issuing financial securities referred to as government bonds. And these bonds are bought by banks, by mutual funds, by insurance companies. And, in this day and age, even the retail investors can buy this bond directly from the government. So if the fiscal deficit of the government is large, then the government has to borrow more. And if the government borrows more, then there is a lesser amount of money for everyone else to borrow in most situations. Now, this may not be true for specific situations, but largely this is true. So when there is lesser amount of money for everyone else to borrow, because the fiscal deficit of the government is high, so the interest rates tend to go up. And when interest rates go up, you and I pay higher EMIs. So this is another way in which the fiscal deficit of the government and thus its budget can impact our daily lives. Let's take another example. Now that we are talking about how the budget impacts our daily lives. So let's say a government decides to spend more money in a particular year than they were doing in the past or than they had budgeted for. So typically what tends to happen in such a situation is that it leads to higher inflation or a higher rate of price rise. So something like this, if I remember correctly, had happened in 2008, 2009, when during the course of the year, the government decided to spend a lot more money than it had originally budgeted for. And that continued over the next few years. And that essentially led to double-digit inflation. So for those of us who are old enough, we would remember that, from 2010 onwards, inflation was in double digits. That is, it was higher than 10%. So this is another way in which the government's budget impacts our daily lives. So let's start this section with a small analogy. We are shooting this in the Lower Parel area of Mumbai. I'm sitting in a building on the 9th floor. And if you were to sort of look out of this building at this point of time, you'll realize how beautiful Mumbai looks in long shot. And, the rain is in the air and it's just beautiful. There is greenery all around. It's only when you step out of the building and try walking in the rain do you realize that there are puddles of water all around, the roads are broken, and it's very difficult to find a cab. So when you sort of step out of the long shot, you realize that life is not as beautiful as it looks from the 9th floor on a rainy evening. This is an analogy, I think, which applies very well to the Indian economy right now. And how is that? So in 2023-24, the economic growth, or what is technically referred to as the GDP growth, with GDP standing for gross domestic product, which is a measure of any economy, measure of the size of any economy. So the GDP growth in 2023-24 stood at 8.2%, adjusted for inflation, which is a pretty good figure. But if you look at private consumption expenditure, which is essentially a sophisticated way of referring to the money that you and I spend on buying things, the goods and services that we buy, the private consumption expenditure, which also is the largest part of the Indian economy, it forms close to 55 to 60% of the Indian economy, it grew by just 4%, which is half this, half the GDP growth. And more importantly, it's the slowest growth in private consumption since 2002-2003. So that's more than 20 years back, when the consumption growth had grown by around 2.9%. Of course, this is if we ignore the pandemic year of 2020-21, where the private consumption had actually contracted. One step that is being talked about extensively in the media is that the government is planning to cut income tax rates. Or even if it doesn't cut income tax rates, it's probably looking at increasing tax slabs so that people pay a lesser amount of income tax. In the process, they have more money in their hands, which they are likely to spend. Now, one problem with this argument, which is often offered, especially on the social media, is that very few Indians actually pay income tax. And as I said earlier in the piece, the number is a little over 2 crores. At least in 2021-22, it was that. The number might be a little more than that, probably 2.5 crore now, but definitely lesser than 3 crore. So if only 2 to 3 crore Indians actually pay income tax, then cutting income tax in a way doesn't make cutting income tax outflow in a way doesn't make much sense, because not many people are likely to go out there and spend that money. While this sounds true, but there is a certain nuance to it which is important to understand. And what is that nuance? Now, the nuance is that in most Indian households, only one individual tends to pay income tax. So if income tax is cut, it is essentially not just that individual, but the entire household which benefits. So if we look at it from the point of view of households, and given that an average Indian household has around 5 people, so the spending ability of more than, much more than many more than 2 crore people is likely to go up if income tax rates are cut. One thing that definitely needs to be done is that the central government taxes that are built into the price of petrol and diesel, which is essentially excise duty and other surcharges, need to be cut. This is the easiest way of putting more money in the hands of people in the quickest possible manner. The government is in a position to do this because this year they have received a large surplus from the RBI, which is over 2 lakh crore in comparison to around 87,000 crores last year. The other thing that the government definitely needs to look at is to cut the goods and services tax that it charges on two-wheelers, which is currently at 28%, and I think it should be reduced to around 18%. So once two-wheeler sales pick up, so these sectors which feed into the two-wheeler sector will also do well. So I think the multiplier effect will be pretty good. And this is one thing that the government definitely needs to look at in the budget. I think the first thing they're looking at is the fiscal deficit of the government. The fiscal deficit of the government has shot up in the post-COVID years. In 2023-24, it was at around 5.6% of the GDP, and the stock market obviously is hoping that the government will continue to lower the fiscal deficit. But data also shows that many more retail investors in India are now trading in financial derivatives than they did in the past. Now, what a lot of people, in fact, almost all of these people, all these individuals, when they get into financial derivatives, they think that they are going to make money and they're going to make a lot of money quickly. But the data doesn't really show us that. The data from the Securities and Exchange Board of India, which is India's stock market and mutual fund regulator, tells us that 90% of people who invest in financial derivatives end up losing money. So it is not surprising that the regulators and the government both are worried about this, and it is likely that measures will be introduced in the budget which will make the trading of financial derivatives more expensive than was the case in the past, in order to discourage so many retail investors investing in financial derivatives. So this is something the stock market is closely looking at, because stock brokerages have made a lot of money in the last few years through this route. Now, over the years, the interest that is paid on a home loan home loans up to the extent of rupees 2 lakh can be deducted while calculating the taxable income. Now, the real estate industry, the real estate consultants, the real estate associations have been demanding over the last few years that this limit of 2 lakhs needs to go up. And I think it is fair only because the prices of real estate have really gone up over the last few years. And hence, I think that at least for someone who's buying a house for the first time, a deduction of up to rupees 3 lakh needs to be allowed. So I hope the finance minister is considering something along these lines. This limit has been at rupees 1.5 lakh, 150,000 rupees for many years, whereas the inflation has really gone up during that period. Hence, I think it's time now that the 1,50,000 limit needs to go up. Ideally, this limit should just be linked to the rate of inflation, and it should be allowed to go up automatically every year. There is no reason for the finance minister to have to announce every time she wants to make a change to this limit. So I hope something along these lines also happens.
Consultations are complete. It is time for action.
There is one budget measure you would like to see announced, one reform measure. What would that be?
India watches for the Viksit Bharat blueprint.
In the full budget in July, Honorable Speaker, our government will present a detailed roadmap for our pursuit of Viksit Bharat.
What's in store for India's taxpayers?
The Finance Ministry should have one uniform rate of tax.
What is India Inc. and stock market watching for?
It is likely that measures will be introduced in the budget.
The countdown to the budget has come into the last stage. Watch Nirmala Sitharaman's record 7th budget. Get instant analysis, live updates, roundtables, interviews, and more.
But what do women actually want? We are at the commercial center of Delhi.
For the full budget 2024 playbook, stay tuned to Mint, your budget headquarter on 23rd July. So first of all, let's talk about middle class. You've been, like I said earlier, you've been rather vociferously articulating the tax burden on the middle class. You think the government is going to listen this time, because these demands are not new. They are made every time there is a budget which is to be presented. So what do you think the government is going to do this time?
Well, the government better listen. You see, the middle class has been unhappy in the last election. The percentage of voting has come down. Yet the middle class has supported Prime Minister Modi and NDA, but they're very angry and upset. You can see them all over. Talk to any middle class person. They're all angry and upset. Their patience has come to an end. And you must give them relief. You made them pay through their nose all these 10 years. And they've honestly paid. And today, remember, every single penny is coming in the tax net with 26A, right, in the form, which is good because you can't evade taxes. But individual tax collection are going up by 20% a year. And I think that's very good. So you must give them some relief because they have suffered with high inflation in the last many years, with high school fees, because the school fees and the rental is not captured in the inflation for the middle class. You look at the housing that has gone up, right? Interest for EMI has gone up. So I think there is enough money. See, today there is enough money to give release for everybody.
So what kind of reliefs, what kind of reforms, what kind of changes, what kind of steps on this front would you like the government to take?
Well, let me say for the middle class, they must, like they say, revamp the tax slab and give an option. You go with the old tax slab with many, many breaks, or you go in the new tax slab. If you go to the new tax slab, like I suggested, the loss of revenue may be 50,000-60,000 crores. And today, income tax collection could go up by 1 lakh crore. They budgeted for 11%. It could go to 15-16%. There's enough money on the table because today, when you cut the tax slab and give them a simple tax slab, you normally have an increase from the unincorporated corporations and proprietorships who declare income. I remember when I was doing my CA many times, my senior used to tell me, people used to come to the office and say, "Ye baar mujhe 50,000 tax dena, kitna income dikhana hai." So a large number of local businessmen always talk like that. They'll get more money in the books. Like a former revenue secretary said, when the tax rate came to 25%, पहले तो 1 रुपया दिया तो 2 रुपया खाते में आता था, अभी 1 रुपया दिया तो 3 रुपया आता है because 25. And that has improved tax compliance. There must be a break. That is it. Now let me explain about money. I think it's important because it's not pie in the sky. RBI dividend 2,11,000 crores, budgeted 85,000 crores, 1,30,000 crore more is coming, is non-debt. And this year to 24-25, there's a possibility RBI will do it because they're putting the money into deposits with the Federal Reserve and bond. Last year they got 4.2% yield. This year too they may get about 4.2, 4.5. There'll be enough money. So this year too there's enough. This year there's money. Next year too there's enough money. There's 1,30,000 crores more, and then the tax collection may go up by another 1 lakh crore compared to the budget because last year about 27,000 crore more was collected, more than revised estimate. And this year it is 11% growth, and we can easily take a 12% growth because that will be the nominal growth rate this year, and that's about 2,30,000 crores. About 40-50,000 crores will come more by let us say dividends from the public sector enterprises. Last year I think the dividend something like 90,000 crores. So we're going to have 3 lakh crores, out of which 50,000 crores will possibly go to the states because 50% of the tax collection, 42% goes to the state. There's 2 lakh to 50,000 crores, 1,40,000 crores possibly for the DBT, 50,000 crores for the middle class, and the balance money can be spent on infrastructure or anything else. So I think there's enough money because remember, if you don't do it now, the impact will be not felt over the next 5 years. The first year is very important. Don't bring down the fiscal deficit. It's 5.1, only 5. Don't bring it down more like some people say. Keep it as it is. Don't borrow more money, but spend the money where it has the largest impact, increasing purchasing power. The benefit of this will be seen next year and the year after that. And if you do a large-scale DBT, you solve the biggest challenge for India, lack of purchasing power at the bottom of the pyramid. Second biggest challenge is the middle class angst and anger at being left out of the gravy train.
Give our viewers an overall picture of what kind of a budget do you think this is going to be, keeping the political compulsions and the last 10 budgets presented by the Modi government in mind. Do you think this will be a mazboot budget, or considering BJP now has to worry about allies like TDP and JDU, a majboor budget?
I think it will be a majboot budget for a simple reason. We have done very well in the last 10 years. GDP has gone up from 2 trillion to 3.6 trillion, 113 lakh crores to 296 lakh crores. That is fantastic. Per capita income today is 2 lakh crores. And Prime Minister Modi has said very clearly that the next 5 years are going to be much, much better than the last 10 years. The last 10 years were a trailer. So I think this budget, he has to set the tone for the next 5 years. To set the tone, we have to see what are the big challenges about India. The big challenges are, one, we need to increase the purchasing power at the bottom 50% of our population. The bottom 50% is dependent on agriculture. They get only 73,000 rupees as part of the GVA per head, whereas industry is maybe close to 2 lakhs and services 3,60,000. The trickle-down impact is not working so much because people who depend on industry and services for the livelihood are seeing much bigger increases in their income. So we have to have a direct impact on them. Second, we have to create a huge amount of jobs. We are creating a huge amount of jobs, but 80% job pay less than 20,000 rupees, and that is a problem. And there's accumulated stock of people in North India who don't have good jobs, because there are good jobs in South India, not in the North. And these jobs have to be done in North India across the areas where there is surplus labor. I think that's the second issue. The third issue which has to be done is that we have to make sure that we placate the middle class. The middle class all over the country is very unhappy that they are paying the majority of taxes. They're not getting any tax reduction. Inflation has been high, cost has been high, student fees has gone up, living cost has gone up, quality of life in our cities remain poor because of traffic, even though things have improved. And they need to see reduction in the taxes. And income tax collections are going up at 20-22%. They need to see reduction, not the silly thing that has done the last two budget of having 5 slabs, 7 slabs and giving breaks for housing. For example, only 1 crore people have housing loans out of maybe 6 to 7 crore people who have salary income, including pensioners. That is the next thing. Fourth is we have to improve infrastructure so that, next 5 years to invest more than we did in the last 10 years. That's important because that is going to improve productivity and create the kind of jobs that you want. And then, like you said, we have to stop tax terrorism. Tax terrorism is a big threat to India. They're the biggest challenge. The tax authorities go amok. I remember in March, 2 or 3 founders of startups called me and said they got calls from people to say, we're going to add back your, the capital that you raised for angel tax, and I'm going to add so much, give me some money. I want to put it on record.
Right.
They're being misused by people for seeking. And then we got the ED, CBI going after people and not completing the work. And it is good to have ED, CBI and other regulators a free rein and no political interference, but you must tell them to file a charge sheet in 2 or 3 years and complete the case in 4 years. There must be justice. You cannot keep people hanging for investigation. In the last 10 years, I think about 50,000 HNIs have gone away from India. India is one of the countries, the highest amount of HNIs, about 2.5 lakh, 3 lakh crore of income has gone away. So we must tone them down, make them accountable. Tell them you've got 6 months to investigate, file a charge sheet, finish the cases, and stop high-pitched demands. Complete total amount of arrears. I think these are the 5 big objectives. And for that purpose, this is what my suggestion is. One, we must have a DBT program for 10 crore women who get subsidized gas under the PM scheme to give them 2,000 rupees a month for 12 months, starting possibly from September. And there is money for that, and I'll explain that, because that will be a direct injection of money at the bottom of the pyramid. And these are women who will take care of the families. There is a DBT program already, easy to do. There'll be no loss of money or misapplication of money. That will take care of the bottom of the pyramid.
Consultations are complete. It is time for action.
There is one budget measure you would like to see announced, one reform measure. What would that be?
India watches for the Viksit Bharat blueprint.
In the full budget in July, Honorable Speaker, our government will present a detailed roadmap for our pursuit of Viksit Bharat.
What's in store for India's taxpayers?
Finance Ministry should have one uniform rate of tax.
What is India Inc. and stock market watching for?
It is likely that measures will be introduced in the budget.
The countdown to the budget has come into the last stage. Watch Nirmala Sitharaman's record 7th budget. Get instant analysis, live updates, roundtables, interviews, and more.
But what do women actually want? We are at the commercial center of Delhi.
For the full budget 2024 playbook, stay tuned to Mint, your budget headquarter on 23rd July.
कि अगर महंगाई नहीं कम करेंगे तो जो उत्तर प्रदेश में हालत हुई है ना बीजेपी की, वही हालत आगे भी होगी।
आम आदमी जी नहीं पा रहा भाई, सच बताएं आपको, महंगाई तो बहुत है। जितनी ज्यादा टैक्सेस को आपने उसको घुमा फिरा के लगा रहे हैं, बार बार हर जगह लगा रहे हैं, तो उसको थोड़ा सरल करें। गाड़ी खरीदो तब भी आप टैक्सेस पे कर रहे हो, है ना। आप जो अर्न कर रहे हो उसमें भी आप टैक्सेस पे कर रहे हो।
The middle class forms the largest chunk of the Indian population, and their demands from the budget are always high every year. But this year is different. The government is a coalition, unemployment crisis is high, inflation is also high. So a lot of big ticket announcements can be expected in this union budget from the government to please this section of the population. But what does the middle class actually want? My name is Abhinav Trivedi, and you're watching Budget with Live Men.
4 दिन में बजट आने वाला है। फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर से आप कुछ अपील या डिमांड किसी तरीके की आप
देश के अंदर जो आज स्थिति है उसको देखते हुए फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर को ध्यान देना पड़ेगा कि देश में क्या है। ऑलरेडी महंगाई है तो है, ये बढ़ेगी भी महंगाई। अभी रिसेंटली आप देख रहे हैं कि है ना 25% है ना टेलीकॉम सेक्टर ने पैसा बढ़ाया है, तो सबसे पहला फोकस तो उनका ये होना चाहिए।
टैक्स वैक्स आपको लगता है ठीक है?
टैक्स को लेकर सर कोई ऐसा इशू नहीं है सर। टैक्स मेरे को नहीं लगता ऐसा इशू। में जो आता है कि सडनली एकदम चेंजेस होते हैं ना, वो थोड़ा सा दिक्कत होती है। थोड़ा स्मूथ चलेगा तो पब्लिक को भी अटैक नहीं करेगा। और एकदम 25% अब आप देख ही रहे हैं सोशल मीडिया पे क्या चल रहा है।
मैं भारत सरकार से कहना चाहता हूँ कि महंगाई पर ज्यादा कंट्रोल करे और जो टैक्स पेयर है उसको उनका ख्याल रखे। इनकम टैक्स में एक्सटेंशन बढ़ाए, उसको एक्सटेंड करे सीमा को जो है। और तीसरी बात ये कि अगर महंगाई नहीं कम करेंगे तो जो उत्तर प्रदेश में हालत हुई है ना बीजेपी की, वही हालत आगे भी होगी। तो इसलिए बहुत जरूरी है कि सरकार को पिछले 5 सालों में महंगाई पर कोई ध्यान नहीं दिया इन्होंने। महंगाई पर ध्यान देने की चाहिए। जब ये आए थे 2010 में तो दूध जो है 50 पाउंड रुपया था और 67 रुपये लीटर दूध था। तो सबसे बड़ी बात है सरकार को ध्यान देना चाहिए कि इनको कैसे महंगाई को कम करे और राहत दे गरीब आदमी को, अमीर आदमी को। आज हर आदमी परेशान है।
आम आदमी जी नहीं पा रहा भाई, सच बताएं आपको। महंगाई तो बहुत है, किस चीज़ का नहीं बढ़ा बताओ। दाल, नींबू, सब्जियां, फ्रूट्स, जो एक आम आदमी को चाहिए ना वही महंगा है। पेट्रोल डीजल की तो बात ही आप मत करिए, हेल्थ कंपोनेंट सस्ते हैं वो भी महंगा है, बहुत महंगा है। तो भी सस्ता चाहिए। अगर सरवाइव करना है एक आम आदमी को तो महंगाई कम चाहिए।
टैक्सेस वगैरह का है, ठीक है। जैसे अभी एक्सपेक्टेड है कि फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर अभी जो रोल आउट हो रहा है जो भी मार्केट में कि एग्जेम्प्ट हो सकता है। जैसे अभी 7 लाख है उससे 8 से 9 लाख कर सकते हैं, राइट। एंड अभी शॉर्ट टर्म जैसे कैपिटल गेन है उसे 10% से 8% या 7% कर सकते हैं, ठीक है। और 1 लाख का भी रिबेट कर सकते हैं। जैसे लॉन्ग टर्म जो कैपिटल गेन हम शेयर मार्केट में करते हैं उसको एक्सटेंड करके 2 लाख अगर हो जाए तो ज़्यादा सही है। एंड प्लस 80C में भी अभी रिबेट मिलना चाहिए। 1.5 लाख का अगर 3 से 4 लाख अगर हो जाता है तो इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज और प्लस बूस्टर मिलेगा या आम आदमी। मेरी डिमांड ये है कि इनको जो बेसिकली जो हमसे टैक्सेस जो ले रहे हैं, जैसे मोस्टली हमसे जीएसटी लिया जा रहा है, तो अकॉर्डिंग टू मी या तो ये सारी चीज़ों को जीएसटी के दायरे में ले रहे हैं, बट कुछ चीज़ों में आप देख रहे हैं कि या कहीं पे तो अलग से टैक्सेस ले रहे हैं, सेंटर अलग ले रही है, गवर्नमेंट अलग ले रही है, स्टेट अलग ले रहा है। तो या तो इनको प्रॉपर जीएसटी के दायरे में ले ले। दूसरा क्या, रॉ टैक्सेस है। आप देख रहे हो कि आप गाड़ी खरीदो तब भी आप टैक्सेस पे कर रहे हो, आप जो अर्न कर रहे हो उसमें भी आप टैक्सेस पे कर रहे हो, एंड आफ्टर दैट आप रोड पे गाड़ी चला रहे हो उसमें भी आप टैक्सेस पे कर रहे हो। तो कुछ टैक्स का ऐसा सिस्टम हो कि आप एक फिक्स टैक्स दे रहे हो, सिंपलीफाइड हो जाए।
महंगाई कम होनी चाहिए।
क्यों लगता है आपको ऐसा?
सबका बराबर नहीं है इस समय। कोई बहुत पैसे वाला है, कोई नीचे है, तो हर चीज मतलब उसका आपका पेट्रोल बढ़ रहा है, कुछ भी बढ़ रहा है, हर चीज मतलब उस पर डिपेंड कर रहा है। आपका सब्जी से लेके हर चीज महंगा होता जा रहा है, तो मीडियम क्लास के लिए जो है दिक्कत।
हाँ, मैं उम्मीद है कि ये जो जीएसटी इतना ज्यादा बढ़ा रखा है, कम से कम खाने पीने की चीजों की जीएसटी कम हो, जिससे आम लोग को राहत मिल सके।
तो मतलब टैक्सेस को लेकर के आपका मेन डिमांड?
हाँ बिल्कुल, टैक्स ही कम होंगे तभी इनडायरेक्ट लोगों को फायदा होगा। बाकी क्या मिल रहा है आम लोगों के लिए? कोई सुविधा है नहीं। अस्पताल, स्कूल, सड़कें, सभी चीज देख रहे हैं अब क्या चल रहा है। दिल्ली में किसी अस्पताल में चल जो वेटिंग चलेगी। प्राइवेट स्कूल हो गए, स्कूल खत्म हो गए, उसमें लोगों के पैसे जा रहे हैं, अस्पताल में जा रहे हैं पैसे, प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल में जाना है, खाने पीने की सारी चीजें तो महंगी है। देश के अधिकतर युवा आज बेरोजगार बैठे हैं, पढ़े लिखे। बेरोजगारी मुझे लगता है 45-50 सालों में सबसे ज्यादा है। तो ये बहुत बड़ी समस्या है ना। मोदी जी ने बोल दिया 8 करोड़ रोजगार दिए, अब मुझे तो नहीं लगता दे पाए हैं।
महंगाई तो बढ़ती रहती है, हर साल ही बढ़ रही है, उसमें हम क्या कर सकते हैं।
जनता की लाइफ थोड़ी सुलभ कर दें, महंगाई कम करके, ताकि
ये तो
नहीं नहीं है, वाकई जनता को जीना भारी पड़ रहा है, उसको थोड़ा सा आसान कर दें।
किस में
इतनी ज्यादा टैक्सेस को आपने उसको घुमा फिरा के लगा रहे हैं, बार बार हर जगह लगा रहे हैं, तो उसको थोड़ा सरल करें।
इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स आइटम है उनका रेट्स बहुत ज्यादा कर रखा है। महंगाई कुल मिला के पिछले के मुकाबले
हालांकि जो पिछला हमारा सीजन गया उसके मुकाबले लेवल में ही है, पर कुछ आइटमों पे जाता है।
देखो बजट के अंदर ये है कि जो चीजें इस टाइम रिजनेबल रेट पे चल रही हैं उनको उसी रेट पे रखा जाए, और जो महंगाई की वाली बात है वो महंगाई वाली बात को नजर नहीं आती है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। इससे आगे बंद महंगाई हो, हमारे कहने का मतलब इससे ज्यादा बढ़े ना महंगाई।
Controlling inflation, महंगाई, and reduction in the income tax slabs. These are the two demands which ordinary people, mostly middle class, have from the finance minister when she presents her budget on July 23rd. At least that's the sense which we get on the ground. I, along with my team, shall see you on the budget day. Until then, bye-bye.
Consultations are complete. It is time for action.
There is one budget measure you would like to see announced, one reform measure. What would that be?
India watches for the Viksit Bharat blueprint.
In the full budget in July, Honorable Speaker, our government will present a detailed roadmap for our pursuit of Viksit Bharat.
What's in store for India's taxpayers?
The finance ministry should have one uniform rate of tax.
What is India Inc. and stock market watching for?
It is likely that measures will be introduced in the budget.
The countdown to the budget has come into the last stage. Watch Nirmala Sitharaman's record 7th budget. Get instant analysis, live updates, roundtables, interviews, and more.
But what do women actually want? We are at the commercial center of Delhi.
For the full budget 2024 playbook, stay tuned to Mint, your budget headquarter on 23rd July.
There are three reasons why jobs are likely to be in focus during Budget 2024. First, of course, is the fact that the BJP fell short of the majority mark in the recently concluded Lok Sabha elections 2024, and the government will be looking to repair their relationship with voters. Second is that the government has got a record $25 billion surplus transfer from the RBI. This will allow them room to spend on things like infrastructure to push job creation, something that they are likely to do. And the third is incidents like these in Mumbai and Bharuch, which have restarted the whole discourse on jobs in India. In fact, on 11 July, Prime Minister Modi had met top economists, flagging a renewed thrust on jobs and a push for more manufacturing and rural businesses. So what more could be on the government's agenda to help India's job market? For starters, the government may announce an employment-linked incentive or ELI scheme for certain sectors which are labor-intensive. These include tourism, toys, leather, apparel, and other such sectors. This would be on the lines of the production-linked incentive or PLI scheme, which has been rolled out for 14 sectors. The objective is to create jobs even as the domestic industry, especially the MSME sector, gets a boost. Incentives under these could include tax relief for businesses adding new workers and wage subsidies for additional jobs created. It can also include non-financial incentives like reducing regulatory burden and subsidizing skill development programs. Second, recommendations have been made to the finance minister to include provisions that can help reskill and rehabilitate workers whose jobs have been impacted due to AI and automation. This will bolster their social security net to ensure that they are less vulnerable. Third, as mentioned earlier, is keeping the capex or capital expenditure high, which is also expected to help create jobs along with boosting growth. Some of these measures would create jobs that match existing skills and also invest in training programs for future prospects. Hope you found this video useful. If you have any additional ideas, do mention that in the comment section below. For more such content, keep watching Mint.
Consultations are complete. It is time for action.
There is one budget measure you would like to see announced, one reform measure. What would that be?
India watches for the Viksit Bharat blueprint.
In the full budget in July, Honorable Speaker, our government will present a detailed roadmap for our pursuit of Viksit Bharat.
What's in store for India's taxpayers?
The finance ministry should have one uniform rate of tax.
What is India Inc. and stock market watching for?
It is likely that measures will be introduced in the budget.
The countdown to the budget has come into the last stage. Watch Nirmala Sitharaman's record 7th budget. Get instant analysis, live updates, roundtables, interviews, and more.
But what do women actually want? We are at the commercial center of Delhi.
For the full budget 2024 playbook, stay tuned to Ming, your budget headquarter on 23rd July.
In end July, the first budget of the Modi 3.0 government will be presented, and understandably, people's expectations are high, especially taxpayers' expectations. For one, Prime Minister Modi, while staking claim to form the government, said that his government would focus on raising middle class savings and improving the quality of their lives. Second, the last time anything significant was really announced for taxpayers was during the 2020 budget, when a new tax regime with lower slabs was brought in. And third, considering the high levels of inflation, people do deserve some relief. Now it seems Budget 2024 is going to bring relief for the taxpayers. According to a Reuters report, which quotes two government sources, tax rates are likely to be reduced for some groups of individuals in a move to enhance middle class savings and also boost the consumption in India, which is Asia's third largest economy. While the Indian economy grew at 8.2%, the consumption grew at only half that percent. So let's take a look at the 5 key things that can change as per this report. Those earning up to rupees 15 lakhs annually up till some limit, they may get some tax relief. Second, there could be changes made to the new tax regime, which was introduced in 2020, where annual income up to 15 lakh rupees is taxed between 5 to 20%, but above 15 lakhs is taxed at 30%. So the personal tax rate jumps 6 times when a person's income increases 5 times, say from 3 lakh rupees to 15 lakh rupees, and this is quite steep. Third, the government may also consider lowering tax rates for annual incomes up till 10 lakh rupees. A new threshold is being discussed for income taxed at the highest rate of 30% under the old tax regime as well. 5, any loss of income to the government due to these tax cuts, they are hoping to partially offset through the increased consumption in the category that they are trying to drive. According to a post-poll survey, voters were worried about inflation, unemployment, and decreasing incomes. In fact, the RBI's Household Inflation Expectations Survey revealed that households expect inflation to increase by 20 bips in the next 3 months. So a cut in the personal tax can boost consumption and, of course, help the middle class as well. Hope you enjoyed this video. If you have any specific budget expectations, do let us know in the comments below.
Consultations are complete. It is time for action.
There is one budget measure you would like to see announced, one reform measure. What would that be?
India watches for the Viksit Bharat blueprint.
In the full budget in July, Honorable Speaker, our government will present a detailed roadmap for our pursuit of Viksit Bharat.
What's in store for India's taxpayers?
Finance Ministry should have one uniform rate of tax.
What is India Inc. and stock market watching for?
It is likely that measures will be introduced in the budget.
The countdown to the budget has come into the last stage. Watch Nirmala Sitharaman's record 7th budget. Get instant analysis, live updates, roundtables, interviews, and more.
But what do women actually want? We are at the commercial center of Delhi.
For the full budget 2024 playbook, stay tuned to Ming, your budget headquarter on 23rd July.
Let's be frank here. The upcoming budget of the NDA 3.0 will be the most crucial for the government. With fewer numbers in Lok Sabha this time, the finance minister will pull out all the guns from a budget folder to cater to the 5 main categories. You heard that right. Hello, my name is Abhinav Trivedi and you're watching Mint Explains. The interim budget presented in February this year had 4 pillars: women, poor, youth, and farmers. Listen in for yourself.
As our Prime Minister firmly believes, we need to focus on 4 major castes. They are Garib, Mahilaye, Yuva, and Annadata. Their needs, their aspirations and their welfare are our highest priority. The country progresses when they progress.
Now, the new budget in July will add one more category, which would be a subset of all the four: the middle class. The middle class has been struggling with high inflation, and the cost of education might get some tax relief from the government. India's tax structure currently includes various deductions under different sections of the Income Tax Act. For instance, Section 80C allows deductions of up to 1.5 lakh rupees for specified investments, promoting savings and tax relief. But introducing the new tax regime in 2020 with lower tax rates but fewer deductions and the coexistence of old and new tax regimes has created complexity. While the new regime offers simplicity, many taxpayers still value deductions. The upcoming budget might address this and provide clear incentives for long-term financial planning. Apart from this, affordable housing, affordable travel schemes can also be in the pipeline. Next category is youth. Now, the recent NEET controversy, paper leaks, and high unemployment numbers have cornered the government. Some big announcements regarding education policy, courses, and regulation of examinations, and incentives to multinational companies and Indian firms to make in India could be some key announcements. Setting up more plants in emerging sectors like semiconductors, electric cars, and defense could be big announcements. These plants and manufacturing units eventually help in creating more jobs in the local economy. Next, of course, is women. Women have always been an important vote bank for all political parties. Initiatives such as direct benefit transfers for cooking gas and essentials are expected to alleviate their financial burdens. Additionally, in the budget, there is an expectation of increased funding for public hospitals and the provision of free or subsidized health checkups to improve healthcare services for women. Schemes like Mahila Samman Savings Certificate, Saksham Anganwadi, Poshan 2.0, Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana to help women farmers might also be in the pipeline. Next, of course, is farmers. The government has been cornered on MSP various times. Analysts observing the budget clearly believes some big tax incentive subsidies to continue for the farmers and launch a scheme which gets as popular as the Ujjwala Yojana of the government. These initiatives could be in the pipeline in this year's financial budget. Last but not the least, the poor. Apart from the key schemes for the poor like direct benefit transfer and free ration and many others, the government would like to continue its emphasis on rural infrastructure. This not only boosts rural economy but also gives daily labor to millions of Indians. Therefore, women, poor, middle class, youth, and farmers will be amongst the prime focus areas of the finance minister in this year's union budget. This is all from this episode of Mint Explains, ladies and gentlemen. We shall see you soon in the next episode. Shabba khair.
In end July, the first budget of the Modi 3.0 government will be presented, and understandably, people's expectations are high, especially taxpayers' expectations. For one, Prime Minister Modi, while staking claim to form the government, said that his government would focus on raising middle class savings and improving the quality of their lives. Second, the last time anything significant was really announced for taxpayers was during the 2020 budget, when a new tax regime with lower slabs was brought in. And third, considering the high levels of inflation, people do deserve some relief. Now it seems Budget 2024 is going to bring relief for the taxpayers. According to a Reuters report which quotes two government sources, tax rates are likely to be reduced for some groups of individuals in a move to enhance middle class savings and also boost the consumption in India, which is Asia's third largest economy. While the Indian economy grew at 8.2%, the consumption grew at only half that percent. So let's take a look at the 5 key things that can change as per this report. Those earning up to rupees 15 lakhs annually up till some limit, they may get some tax relief. Second, there could be changes made to the new tax regime which was introduced in 2020, where annual income up to 15 lakh rupees is taxed between 5 to 20%, but above 15 lakhs is taxed at 30%. So the personal tax rate jumps 6 times when a person's income increases 5 times, say from 3 lakh rupees to 15 lakh rupees, and this is quite steep. Third, the government may also consider lowering
वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंच गई है वित्त मंत्रालय और फिलहाल ये वो सभी तस्वीरें वित्त मंत्रालय से जब वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंची है देश का आम बजट पेश करने से पहले यहाँ बजट इंतजार किया जा रहा था वो नहीं है वित्त मंत्रालय पहुंच गई है निर्मला सीतारमण वित्त मंत्री के तौर पर वो यहाँ पर पहुंची है लेकिन यहाँ पर वित्त पहुंची है लेकिन हेडको क्या था यहाँ पे वो ठीक खाता होता है वो नहीं था इसकी वजह ये है कि वो जो भाई खाता है वो वित्त मंत्रालय में पहुंचा है और जहाँ पर तमाम अधिकारी को पहले से ही यहाँ पर उनको
पहुंचे हुए हैं। कहते हैं 15 मिनट बाद जब कह सकते हैं और आम बजट के बाद में दिया गया है। एक है आईपैड होता है, एक ऐप होता है, वो क्या है क्या मिलेगा जब वो आ रहे ना बड़ी नहीं मैं कह रहा हूँ ये जो है ना उसके साथ ये भी समझ जाएगा एक नंबर से चलो कल तक तो बैग में अंदर चला जाए मानस चिंगम खाएगा अरे मानस चिंगम खाएगा मैं तो खा ही अरे यहाँ से सीधा से मारा ये माना इसको दूसरी लेना वहां से वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंच गई है वित्त मंत्रालय और फिलहाल ये वो सभी तस्वीरें वित्त मंत्रालय से जब वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंची है देश का आम बजट पेश करने से पहले यहाँ बजट किया जा रहा था वो नहीं है जी वित्त मंत्रालय पहुंच गई है निर्मला सीतारमण वित्त मंत्री के तौर पर वो यहाँ पर पहुंची है लेकिन यहाँ पर पहुंची है लेकिन हेडको क्या था यहाँ से वो खाता होता है वो नहीं था इसकी वजह ये है कि वो जो भाई खाता है वो वित्त मंत्रालय में पहुंचता है और जहाँ पर तमाम पहले से ही यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं 15 मिनट बाद जब उनके बाद में जिसको हम बजट कह सकते हैं और आम बजट कहा जाता है, लेकिन जाने के बाद में सही खाका नाम दिया गया है। लाल रंग का एक जो है आईपैड होता है, एक जो है लैब होता है, वो जो है ले जाया जाता है। क्या है क्या मिलेगा पता चलेगा, लेकिन वो एक बात जब वो आए ना वो बड़ी अरे मानस चुंगम खाएगा मैं तो खा ही रहा मंत्रालय के ठीक बाहर CBDT chairman, CBDT, CBIT, DFC secretary, MOS finance तमाम अपनी के साथ बजट कॉपी जो कि टैक्स है क्या बोल रहा था बहुत बहुत
You just saw the visuals of Finance Minister with the Bahi Khata. The D-Day is here. And markets, which move based on triggers, have been patiently waiting ever since the exit poll day for the next trigger, which we know will go off today. To talk about markets, today we have with us Sonam Srivastava, founder and CEO at Right Research. Welcome to the show, Sonam.
Thanks a lot for having me.
Sonam, so market has been range bound. The downward move, which tugged off a lot of small investors on exit poll day, the markets have recovered since then and are currently trading at a plus sum level. Some are seeing it as overheated, but without signs of exhaustion. What's your reading of the market?
See, I think, especially today, I think it's going to be a positive event, and the market has taken the clear mandate of the new government positively. FIIs are pumping in money. There are a lot of positive cues going around. I think today itself, the government is going to spend money somewhere or the other, be it consumption, be it infrastructure. See, there are pockets that are overvalued by a bit, like we've been hearing. But then there are pockets which are undervalued. For example, private banks, IT, pharma, and so many other segments in the economy. So I don't think the market as a whole is overheated. But yeah, I think there is some sector rotation that could happen.
Right. And looking at the setup, everything has opened in green. Nifty 50 with 59 points up. Of course, 9:15, the market will open for retail traders and everybody else. But looking at various indices, energy, bank, mid-cap 50, mid-cap 100, everything is anticipating positive things in the budget.
No, definitely. I think, from the budget earlier this year to now, I think the government has more money to spend, right? So I think some sort of investment is coming into the economy, be it in the consumption side, be it on the infrastructure side. And I think even the economic survey that came out yesterday was broadly positive. It was a little conservative on the growth estimates, and showed a good picture about the Indian economy. So I think budget for sure is going to be a positive event until unless there are some shockers, right?
Right. Steady as she goes was the headline of the chapter 1 of the economic survey, which was put out yesterday. And as you were mentioning earlier, the growth figure is, would you say it's tempered down because RBI's figure is higher than that? IMF and rating agencies like Moody's and Fitch have also mentioned figure which is higher than even the upper band of the growth figure presented by the CEA yesterday.
See, I think it's a conservative figure for sure. See, what we're seeing in the corporate earnings is that earnings are moderating for the corporate world. I think the global macroeconomic issues, slowdown in the global economy, definitely has had an impact on Indian growth. And I think if they have revised it downwards, it's not going to hurt us in any which ways. I think it's good to have a conservative estimate, and I think Indian economy seems to have formed a pattern where it keeps on beating the estimates. I think that is a better thing to do instead of aiming for bigger numbers. But yeah, I think there is a moderation that we are seeing, which is primarily because of the global issues, and we saw this happening in the earnings as well, right?
Right. And talking about sectors, because of course there are certain sectors which have been in focus for a while. There is infra, there is railways, there is of course the roads, etc. So what sectors are you looking out for? What kind of cues are markets and players waiting for in the budget?
So it's going to be very interesting. See, there is a section of the market that believes that there could be a little bit of welfare spending, little bit of focus on consumption, focus on the rural markets, right? Because the government needs to focus there. That is the place where they did not get a lot of votes, right? So that's the math that people do. And I think that segment definitely needs focus. So stocks in the fertilizer segment have been getting a lot of momentum recently. You've seen stocks in the food segment, in the FMCG segment, they're getting attention. Even textiles, chemicals, have been getting attention. So there's a whole set of unrated stocks, which have been undervalued, which are getting attention. But on the other hand, right, our buckets of defense, railways, roads that you talked about, they continue to be very, very strong. Right, order books are massive and growing. They're getting more and more orders. So I don't see that sort of dampening in any which way. There could be some organic connection that happens on valuations. But yeah, I think if there is no focus on that segment in this budget, then that particular segment, right, which is the infrastructure bucket, could get an impact. So we have to watch out what is the focus that the government shows there, right? Along with it, I think the green energy segment always has attention in the budget, and I think it will continue to get that attention, and it will be, that segment definitely has a lot of positives.
Right. And there's been this debate which has been going on about FNO. Of course, I mean, the markets are expecting some kind of announcement in the budget as well. SEBI chairman has spoken about it. Where do you stand on the debate?
It's a very interesting thing. I am on the side which wants the market to be efficient by themselves, right? There is, if you look at the global markets, FNO lots are not massive. You can short any stock. The laws are much more easy to navigate, and the massive volumes in the market is more efficient. I understand the point that the economic survey even said that if we allow too much speculation too soon, then that can have an impact on the economy. Like we've seen in China, where there was a lot of speculation, even the credit side, that led to a lot of market correction. So I understand that point, but yeah, I think we should allow the market to do their thing with minimal checks and balances, right? So I think there has to be a fine balance there.
Right. And also the market, I mean, there are stocks which are trading at all-time highs at this point in time, because one of the strategies to make money in the markets is, of course, to sort of, buy low and sell high. But when most of the stocks are trading at all-time high levels, what would your advice be? Where should people invest their money? Even gold is, trading at an all-time high. So what would you tell investors? Would you ask them to wait it out, wait for the dip, or would you want them to get in, buy high and sell higher perhaps?
See, I think you have to have a calculated approach. So, even, we're scared when you're looking at that bucket of green energy stocks or defense stocks or railway stocks, which are valued extremely high, but we still hold position in those. We still, have bought some of those stocks because, you have to look at the potential. You have to look at how the order books are building. What is the potential of growth for those stocks? If that looks positive, then you can take those bets, right? Buying high is not always wrong. We live in the Indian market where, that has always worked for us, especially in the last 5 years, right? So I don't think that's the worst thing to do, but, you have to be cautious and you have to watch out for what's happening in the company a little bit tightly in this particular market. But yeah, I think there are buckets which are undervalued as well, right? Look at private banks, look at IT, which is having a resurgence, look at FMCG, which is undervalued, chemicals, which are getting attention, fertilizers, and also, yeah, there are buckets which are undervalued as well. But I would say that let's dump the stocks that are highly valued, right?
Right. And IT's case has been especially interesting considering the kind of pressure the sector was under, last year and the year before. But the kind of results that we've seen, do show some sign of strength, right?
No, definitely. I think the results this time that came out from Infosys, TCS especially, have been extremely encouraging for the particular sector. I think people are seeing a clear sign of recovery for IT. We were all waiting for IT to recover, and I think we're seeing stronger signs right now. So it's a lot of positive for this particular segment. And I think large caps like Infosys and TCS would be good bets to sort of participate in this recovery rally, right?
Right. And before I let you go, last couple of questions. Talk to us a little bit about the challenges, because the economic survey, while putting out the tempered down bottom line GDP growth figure of 6.5 to 7%, also talks about certain risks and challenges. What, in your opinion, are these challenges?
So like you rightly said, the economic survey had a lot of critiques for the economy. I think inclusive growth, we are working toward the Viksit Bharat initiative, but making employment grow along with the corporate growth, passing on the benefits of, let's say, earning growth to the employees, to the public, making sure that the different segments, especially the rural segment, the consumption segment, is growing in line. Inflation on the food side is a concern, right? So there are a number of concerns. See, I think rural economy is definitely a worry for the Indian economy since COVID, and I think that aspects need attention. And I think India definitely does have to find a fine balance in getting the rural economy back, maintaining the fiscal deficit, right? We are a emerging country. We don't have all the money to spend, so we have to maintain our fiscal balances. So that has to be a priority. And then, the emerging manufacturing and infrastructure segment also needs attention. So there's a lot of things that the government has to balance with this budget, and a lot of challenges that they definitely have to go through with, right?
Sure. And of course, which is why a lot of people are saying, and perhaps rightly so, that this budget's going to be a tightrope walk for the finance minister. Although, I mean, that makes you wonder, when was it ever not? In a country like India, the finance minister always has to sort of, strike balance between a lot of things. But having said that, if you had the finance minister's ear, what would you whisper into the finance minister's ear before she goes and presents the budget?
I would probably just tell her to not raise any of the taxes in the capital market. But yeah, but
Right.
apart from it, yeah, I think, like you said, she has a tough job to do. I'll just wish her a best of luck in balancing all these three critical parts, right? Consumption, infrastructure, and the fiscal prudence. Right?
Right. All right. On that note, thank you for taking out the time, Sonam. Thank you for talking to us.
Thanks a lot.
और दोनों इसको दूसरी लोग हैं वहां से सीधे ये काम लग जाएगा और नॉट लग जाएगा। वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंच गई है वित्त मंत्रालय, और फिलहाल ये वो सभी तस्वीरें वित्त मंत्रालय से जब वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंची है देश का अहम बजट पेश करने से पहले यहाँ पर किया जा रहा था वो नहीं है जी। वित्त मंत्रालय पहुंच गई है निर्मला सीतारमण वित्त मंत्री के तौर पर वो यहाँ पर पहुंची है। यहाँ पर वित्त पहुंची है, लेकिन हेडफोन क्या था यहाँ से वो खाता होता है वो नहीं था। इसकी वजह ये है कि वो जो भाई खाता है वो वित्त मंत्रालय में मौजूद है और जहाँ पर तमाम രാഷ്ട്രപതി ഭവനിൽ രാഷ്ട്രപതി നടത്തിയതിനു ശേഷമായിരിക്കും ധനമന്ത്രി അവിടെ നിന്ന് പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് മടങ്ങുന്നത്. പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് എത്തുന്ന ധനമന്ത്രി മന്ത്രിസഭാ യോഗത്തിൽ പങ്കെടുത്ത് ബഡ്ജറ്റ്
ഇറങ്ങി और बनाए इसको दूसरी लेना वहां से
वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंच गई है वित्त मंत्रालय और फिलहाल ये वो सभी तस्वीरें वित्त मंत्रालय से जब वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंची है देश का आम बजट पेश करने से पहले यहाँ किया जा रहा था वो नहीं है जी वित्त मंत्रालय पहुंच गई है निर्मला सीतारमण वित्त मंत्री के तौर पर वो यहाँ पर पहुंची है यहाँ पर वित्त मंत्री पहुंची है लेकिन हेडको क्या था यहाँ से वो खाता होता है वो नहीं था इसकी वजह ये है कि वो जो भाई खाता है वो वित्त मंत्रालय में मौजूद है और जहाँ पर तमाम मुख्यमंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण वित्त मंत्रालय के ठीक बाहर രാഷ്ട്രപതി ഭവനിൽ നടത്തിയതിനു ശേഷമായിരിക്കും ധനമന്ത്രി അവിടെ നിന്ന് പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് മടങ്ങുന്നത്. പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് എത്തുന്ന ധനമന്ത്രി മന്ത്രിസഭാ യോഗത്തിൽ പങ്കെടുത്ത് ബഡ്ജറ്റ്
और बनाओ उसका दूसरी लेना वहां से।
वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंच गई है वित्त मंत्रालय और फिलहाल ये वो सभी तस्वीरें वित्त मंत्रालय से जब वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंची है देश का आम बजट पेश करने से पहले यहाँ पर
और बनाओ उसका दूसरी लेना वहां से।
वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंच गई है वित्त मंत्रालय और फिलहाल ये वो सभी तस्वीरें वित्त मंत्रालय से जब वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंची है देश का आम बजट पेश करने से पहले यहाँ पर बजट किया जा रहा था वो नहीं है जी वित्त मंत्रालय पहुंच गई है निर्मला सीतारमण वित्त मंत्री के तौर पर वो यहाँ पर पहुंची है लेकिन यहाँ पर वित्त पहुंची है लेकिन हेडफोन क्या था यहाँ से वो खाता होता है वो नहीं था इसकी वजह ये है कि वो जो भाई खाता है वो वित्त मंत्रालय में मौजूद है और जहाँ पर तमाम
You just saw the visuals of Finance Minister with the Bahi Khata. The D-Day is here. And markets, which move based on triggers, have been patiently waiting ever since the exit poll day for the next trigger, which we know will go off today. To talk about markets, today we have with us Sonam Srivastava, founder and CEO at Right Research. Welcome to the show, Sonam.
Thank you a lot for having me.
Sonam, so market has been range bound. The downward move, which shrugged off a lot of small investors on exit poll day, the markets have recovered since then and are currently trading at a plus sum level. Some are seeing it as overheated, but without signs of exhaustion. What's your reading of the market?
See, I think, especially today, I think it's going to be a positive event, and the market has taken the clear mandate of the new government positively. FIIs are pumping in money. There are a lot of positive cues going around. I think today itself, the government is going to spend money somewhere or the other, be it consumption, be it infrastructure. See, there are pockets that are overvalued by a bit, like we've been hearing. But then there are pockets which are undervalued. For example, private banks, IT, pharma, and so many other segments in the economy. So I don't think the market as a whole is overheated. But yeah, I think there is some sector rotation that could happen.
Right. And looking at the setup, everything has opened in green. Nifty 50 with 59 points up. Of course, 9:15, the market will open for retail traders and everybody else. But looking at various indices, energy, bank, mid-cap 50, mid-cap 100, everything is anticipating positive things in the budget.
No, definitely. I think, from the budget earlier this year to now, I think the government has more money to spend, right? So I think some sort of investment is coming into the economy, be it in the consumption side, be it on the infrastructure side. And I think even the economic survey that came out yesterday was broadly positive. It was a little conservative on the growth estimates, and showed a good picture about the Indian economy. So I think budget for sure is going to.
क्या बोल रहा था आलू वालू मेरा बहुत बहुत
തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും രാഷ്ട്രപതി ഭവനിലെ രാഷ്ട്രപതി ഭവനിൽ രാഷ്ട്രപതിയുമായിട്ട് കൂടിക്കാഴ്ച നടത്തിയതിനു ശേഷമായിരിക്കും ധനമന്ത്രി അവിടെ നിന്ന് പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് മടങ്ങുന്നത്. പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് എത്തുന്ന ധനമന്ത്രി മന്ത്രിസഭാ യോഗത്തിൽ പങ്കെടുത്ത് ബഡ്ജറ്റ്
ഇറങ്ങി ഇറങ്ങി और तो नहीं इसको दूसरी लेना वहां से ये काम लग जाएगा।
वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंच गई है वित्त मंत्रालय और फिलहाल ये वो सीधी तस्वीरें वित्त मंत्रालय से जब वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंची है देश का आम बजट पेश करने से पहले यहाँ पर निर्मला सीतारमण गई है वित्त मंत्रालय पर वित्त मंत्रालय बजट वो इसमें सुधार किया जा रहा था वो नहीं है जी वित्त मंत्रालय पहुंच गई है निर्मला सीतारमण वित्त मंत्री के तौर पर वो यहाँ पर पहुंची है यहाँ पर वित्त मंत्री पहुंच चुकी है लेकिन महत्वपूर्ण क्या था यहाँ से वो उनको ही खाता होता है वो नहीं था क्यों उसकी वजह ये है वो जो भाई खाता है वो वित्त मंत्रालय में मौजूद है और जहाँ पर तमाम अधिकारी को इस बात उन्होंने साफ कहा कि उनकी सरकार जो है कई तरह के प्रयास करेगी बाहर निकल रही है वित्त मंत्री अब बाहर आ गई है बजट की घोषणा लेकर के टैब है किया जाएगा इनके साथ बजट वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण रेवेन्यू सेक्रेटरी वित्त मंत्रालय के ठीक बाहर CBDT chairman, CBDT, CBIC, DFC secretary, MOS finance तो सारे लोग मौजूद हैं और यहाँ पर वित्त मंत्री तमाम अपनी के साथ बजट कॉपी जो कि टैब है वो दिखा रही है और इस बात
क्या बोल रहा था? मेरा नाम तो बोल रहा है बालू वालू। मेरा नाम तो बहुत बहुत
തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും രാഷ്ട്രപതി ഭവനിൽ രാഷ്ട്രപതിയുമായിട്ട് കൂടിക്കാഴ്ച നടത്തിയതിനു ശേഷമായിരിക്കും ധനമന്ത്രി അവിടെ നിന്ന് പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് മടങ്ങുന്നത്. പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് എത്തുന്ന ധനമന്ത്രി മന്ത്രിസഭാ യോഗത്തിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കും.
भाई यही बैठ के आ गई
बजट पेश करने जा रही है वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंच गई है वित्त मंत्रालय। और फिलहाल ये वो सीधी तस्वीर वित्त मंत्रालय से जब वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंची है देश का आम बजट पेश करने से पहले यहाँ पर मंत्रालय पर बजट को इंतजार किया जा रहा था वो नहीं है कि वित्त मंत्रालय पहुंच गई है निर्मला सीतारमण वित्त मंत्री के तौर पर वो यहाँ पर पहुंची है। यहाँ पर वित्त मंत्री पहुंची है लेकिन महत्वपूर्ण क्या था यहाँ से वो जो भी खाता होता है वो नहीं था। क्यों? इसकी वजह ये है कि वो जो भाई खाता है वो वित्त मंत्रालय में मौजूद है और जहाँ पर तमाम अधिकारी को इस बात उन्होंने साफ कहा कि सरकार जो है कई तरह के प्रयास करेगी ताकि आम आदमी से बाहर निकल रही है। वित्त मंत्री अब लॉकडाउन से बाहर आ गई है। बजट की को लेकर के टैब है किया जाएगा। आपके साथ वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण रेवेन्यू सेक्रेटरी वित्त मंत्रालय के ठीक बाहर CBDT चैनल CBDT CBIC DFC सेक्रेटरी MOS मेना तो और तमाम अपनी के साथ बजट कॉपी जो कि टैक्स है वो दिखा रहे हैं। और
क्या बोल रहा था? मेरा नाम तो बोल रहा है आलू वालू मेरा नाम तो बहुत बहुत
തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും രാഷ്ട്രപതി ഭവനിൽ രാഷ്ട്രപതിയുമായിട്ട് കൂടിക്കാഴ്ച നടത്തിയതിനു ശേഷമായിരിക്കും ധനമന്ത്രി അവിടെ നിന്ന് പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് മടങ്ങുന്നത്. പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് എത്തുന്ന ധനമന്ത്രി മന്ത്രിസഭാ യോഗത്തിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കും.
वो पेश करेंगी। मैम सेंटर। मैडम 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 एक चांस ऊपर वाले मैडम मैडम यहीं पे मैडम यहीं पे यस मैम सेंटर मैडम एक मिनट मैडम 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 मैडम
वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंच गई है वित्त मंत्रालय और फिलहाल ये वो सभी तस्वीरें वित्त मंत्रालय से जब वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंची है देश का आम बजट पेश करने से पहले यहाँ पर निर्मला सीतारमण गई है वित्त मंत्रालय पर वित्त मंत्रालय बजट को इंतजार किया जा रहा था वो नहीं है जी वित्त मंत्रालय पहुंच गई है निर्मला सीतारमण वित्त मंत्री के तौर पर वो यहाँ पर पहुंची है लेकिन यहाँ पर वित्त मंत्री पहुंच चुकी है लेकिन महत्वपूर्ण क्या था यहाँ से वो उनको ठीक खाता होता है वो नहीं था क्यों उसकी वजह ये है कि वो जो भाई खाता है वो वित्त मंत्रालय में मौजूद है और जहाँ पर तमाम अधिकारी को इस बात उन्होंने साफ कहा कि सरकार जो है कई तरह के प्रयास करेगी बाहर निकल रही है वित्त मंत्री अब लॉक से बाहर आ गई है बजट की कॉपी लेकर के किया जाएगा वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण रेवेन्यू सेक्रेटरी वित्त मंत्रालय के ठीक बाहर CBDT chairman, CBDT, CBIC, DFC secretary, MOS finance तो और तमाम अपनी गतिविधियों के साथ बजट कॉपी जो कि स्टाफ है वो पेश कर रही है वो दिखा रही है और इस बात क्या बोल रहा था मेरा नाम तो बोल रहा है बालू वालू मेरा नाम बहुत बहुत
തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും രാഷ്ട്രപതി ഭവനിൽ രാഷ്ട്രപതിയുമായിട്ട് കൂടിക്കാഴ്ച നടത്തിയതിനു ശേഷമായിരിക്കും ധനമന്ത്രി അവിടെ നിന്ന് പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് മടങ്ങുന്നത്. പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് എത്തുന്ന ധനമന്ത്രി മന്ത്രിസഭാ യോഗത്തിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കും.
मैम सेंटर मैडम 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 एक साथ ऊपर वाले मैडम मैडम यहीं पे मैडम यहीं पे यस मैम सेंटर वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंच गई है वित्त मंत्रालय और फिलहाल ये वो भी तस्वीर वित्त मंत्रालय से जब वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंची है देश का आम बजट पेश करने से पहले यहाँ पर निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंच गई है वित्त मंत्रालय पर बजट वो इंतजार किया जा रहा था वो नहीं है जी वित्त मंत्रालय पहुंच गई है निर्मला सीतारमण वित्त मंत्री के तौर पर वो यहाँ पे पहुंची है लेकिन यहाँ पर वित्त मंत्री पहुंच चुकी है लेकिन महत्वपूर्ण क्या था यहाँ से वो ही खाता होता है वो नहीं था क्यों इसकी वजह ये है वो जो भाई खाता है वो वित्त मंत्रालय में मौजूद है और कहाँ पर कर्मचारी को इस बात उन्होंने साफ कहा कि चार्ज जो है कई तरह के बाहर निकल रही है वित्त मंत्री बाहर आ गई है बजट की को लेकर के वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण वहीं पर लेकर के पहुंची है वित्त मंत्रालय के ठीक बाहर CBDT chairman, CBDT, CBI, DFC secretary, MOS finance तो मौजूद है और फोटो पे मंगल वाला बजट रहेगा तो बजट कॉपी जो कि टैक्स है और क्या बोल रहा था
തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും രാഷ്ട്രപതി ഭവനിൽ രാഷ്ട്രപതിയുമായിട്ട് കൂടിക്കാഴ്ച നടത്തിയതിനു ശേഷമായിരിക്കും ധനമന്ത്രി അവിടെ നിന്ന് പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് മടങ്ങുന്നത്. പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് എത്തുന്ന ധനമന്ത്രി മന്ത്രിസഭാ യോഗത്തിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കും.
मैम सेंटर मैडम 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 एक साथ ऊपर वाला मैडम मैडम यहीं पे मैडम यहीं पे यस मैम सेंटर मैडम एक मिनट
मैडम
वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंच गई है वित्त मंत्रालय और फिलहाल ये वो दूसरी तस्वीरें वित्त मंत्रालय से जब वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंची है देश का अहम बजट पेश करने से पहले यहाँ पर निर्मला सीतारमण गई है वित्त मंत्रालय पर बजट वो फैसला किया जा रहा था वो नहीं है वित्त मंत्रालय पहुंच गई है निर्मला सीतारमण वित्त मंत्री के तौर पर वो यहाँ पर पहुंची है लेकिन यहाँ पर वित्त मंत्री पहुंच चुकी है लेकिन महत्वपूर्ण क्या था यहाँ से वो जो भी खाता होता है वो नहीं था क्यों उसकी वजह ये है वो जो भाई खाता है वो वित्त मंत्रालय में मौजूद है और जहाँ पर तमाम अधिकारी को इस बात उन्होंने साफ कहा कि उनकी सरकार जो है कई तरह के प्रयास करेगी ताकि आम आदमी से बाहर निकल रही है वित्त मंत्री अब बाहर आ गई है बजट की कॉपी लेकर के टैब में किया जाएगा आप ये देख उनके साथ बजट की निर्मला सीतारमण रेवेन्यू सेक्रेटरी वित्त मंत्रालय के ठीक बाहर CBDT chairman, CBDT, CBIC, DFC secretary, MOS finance तो सारे लोग मौजूद हैं और एक फोटो पे रहा है तमाम अपनी के साथ बजट कॉपी जो कि स्टाफ है वो पेश कर रही है वो दिखा रही है और इस बात की क्या बोल रहा था
തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും രാഷ്ട്രപതി ഭവനിൽ രാഷ്ട്രപതിയുമായിട്ട് കൂടിക്കാഴ്ച നടത്തിയതിനു ശേഷമായിരിക്കും ധനമന്ത്രി അവിടെ നിന്ന് പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് മടങ്ങുന്നത്. പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് എത്തുന്ന ധനമന്ത്രി മന്ത്രിസഭാ യോഗത്തിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കും.
मैम सेंटर मैडम 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 एक चांस ऊपर वाले मैडम मैडम यहीं पे मैडम यहीं पे यस मैम सेंटर मैडम एक मिनट
मैडम
वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंच गई है वित्त मंत्रालय और फिलहाल ये वो सीधी तस्वीरें वित्त मंत्रालय से जब वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंची है देश का आम बजट पेश करने से पहले यहाँ पर निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंच गई है वित्त मंत्रालय पर बजट वो इंतजार किया जा रहा था वो नहीं है वित्त मंत्रालय पहुंच गई है निर्मला सीतारमण वित्त मंत्री के तौर पर वो यहाँ पर पहुंची है यहाँ पर वित्त पहुंच चुकी है लेकिन महत्वपूर्ण क्या था यहाँ से वो जो भी खाता होता है वो नहीं था क्यों इसकी वजह ये है कि वो जो भाई खाता है वो वित्त मंत्रालय में मौजूद है और जहाँ पर तमाम अधिकारी को इस बात उन्होंने साफ कहा कि सरकार जो है कई तरह के प्रयास करेगी बाहर निकल रही है वित्त मंत्री अब लॉक कर बाहर आ गई है बजट की कॉपी लेकर के टैब में किया जाएगा वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण वहीं पर लेकर के पहुंची है वित्त मंत्रालय के ठीक बाहर CBDT chairman, CBDT, CBIC, DFC secretary, MOS finance को और बजट कॉपी जो कि टैब है क्या बोल रहा था
തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും രാഷ്ട്രപതി ഭവനിൽ രാഷ്ട്രപതിയുമായിട്ട് കൂടിക്കാഴ്ച നടത്തിയതിനു ശേഷമായിരിക്കും ധനമന്ത്രി അവിടെ നിന്ന് പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് മടങ്ങുന്നത്. പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് എത്തുന്ന ധനമന്ത്രി മന്ത്രിസഭാ യോഗത്തിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കും.
मैम सेंटर मैडम 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 एक साथ ऊपर वाला मैडम मैडम यहीं पे मैडम यहीं पे यस मैम सेंटर मैडम एक मिनट
मैडम
वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंच गई है वित्त मंत्रालय और फिलहाल ये वो सीधी तस्वीरें वित्त मंत्रालय से जब वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंची है देश का आम बजट पेश करने से पहले यहाँ पर निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंच गई है वित्त मंत्रालय पर वित्त मंत्रालय बजट वो फैसला किया जा रहा था वो नहीं है जी वित्त मंत्रालय पहुंच गई है निर्मला सीतारमण वित्त मंत्री के तौर पर वो यहाँ पर पहुंची है लेकिन यहाँ पर वित्त मंत्री पहुंच चुकी है लेकिन महत्वपूर्ण क्या था आपके हाथ में वो ठीक खाता होता है वो नहीं था क्यों इसकी वजह ये है वो जो भाई खाता है वो वित्त मंत्रालय में मौजूद है और जहाँ पर तमाम अधिकारी को इस बात उन्होंने साफ कहा कि सरकार जो है कई तरह के प्रयास करेगी ताकि आम आदमी से बाहर निकल रही है वित्त मंत्री अब बाहर आ गई है बजट की कॉपी लेकर के टैब में किया जाएगा बजट वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण रेवेन्यू सेक्रेटरी वित्त मंत्रालय के ठीक बाहर CBDT chairman, CBDT, CBIC, DSA secretary, MOS finance तो ये सारे लोग मौजूद हैं और फोटो पे मंगल बजट रहेगा तमाम अपनी बजट कॉपी जो कि टैब है वो पेश कर रही है वो दिखा रही है और इस बार क्या बोल रहा था बहुत बहुत
തീർച്ചയായും രാഷ്ട്രപതി ഭവനിൽ രാഷ്ട്രപതിയുമായിട്ട് കൂടിക്കാഴ്ച നടത്തിയതിനു ശേഷമായിരിക്കും ധനമന്ത്രി അവിടെ നിന്ന് പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് മടങ്ങുന്നത്. പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് എത്തുന്ന ധനമന്ത്രി മന്ത്രിസഭാ യോഗത്തിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കും.
मैम सेंटर मैडम 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 एक साथ ऊपर वाले मैडम मैडम यहीं पे मैडम यहीं पे मैम सेंटर मैडम एक
मैडम
वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंच गई है वित्त मंत्रालय और फिलहाल ये वो दूसरी तस्वीरें वित्त मंत्रालय से जब वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंची है देश का आम बजट पेश करने से पहले यहाँ पर निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंच गई है वित्त मंत्रालय पर वित्त मंत्रालय बजट वो इंतजार किया जा रहा था वो नहीं है वित्त मंत्रालय पहुंच गई है निर्मला सीतारमण वित्त मंत्री के तौर पर वो यहाँ पर पहुंची है यहाँ पर वित्त मंत्री पहुंच चुकी है लेकिन महत्वपूर्ण क्या था यहाँ से वो जो भी खाता होता है वो नहीं था क्यों वजह यह है कि वो जो भाई खाता है वो वित्त मंत्रालय में मौजूद है और जहाँ पर तमाम अधिकारी को इस बात उन्होंने साफ कहा कि उनकी सरकार जो है कई तरह के प्रयास करेगी ताकि आम आदमी को बाहर निकल रही है वित्त मंत्री अब लॉकडाउन से बाहर आ गए हैं बजट की कॉपी लेकर के टैब में किया जाएगा उनके साथ बजट वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण रेवेन्यू सेक्रेटरी वित्त मंत्रालय के ठीक बाहर CBDT chairman, CBDT, CBIC, creation secretary, MOS finance को और यहाँ पर तमाम अपनी के साथ बजट कॉपी जो कि टैब है वो पेश कर रही है वो दिखा रही है और इस बात क्या बोल रहा था आलू वालू
തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും രാഷ്ട്രപതി ഭവനിൽ രാഷ്ട്രപതിയുമായിട്ട് കൂടിക്കാഴ്ച നടത്തിയതിനു ശേഷമായിരിക്കും ധനമന്ത്രി അവിടെ നിന്ന് പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് മടങ്ങുന്നത്. പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് എത്തുന്ന ധനമന്ത്രി മന്ത്രിസഭാ യോഗത്തിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കും.
ऊपर वाले मैडम यहीं पे मैडम यहीं पे मैडम वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंच गई है वित्त मंत्रालय और फिलहाल ये वो सीधी तस्वीरें वित्त मंत्रालय से जब वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंची है देश का अहम बजट पेश करने से पहले यहाँ पर निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंच गई है वित्त मंत्रालय पर वित्त मंत्रालय में उनकी आई अभी उनके हाथ में बजट वो जिसमें सुधार किया जा रहा था वो नहीं है जी वित्त मंत्रालय पहुंच गई है निर्मला सीतारमण वित्त मंत्री के तौर पर वो यहाँ पर पहुंची है लेकिन यहाँ पर वित्त मंत्री पहुंच चुकी है लेकिन महत्वपूर्ण क्या था यहाँ से वो उसको ही खाता होता है वो नहीं था क्यों इसकी वजह यह है कि वो जो भाई खाता है वो वित्त मंत्रालय में मौजूद है और जहाँ पर तमाम अधिकारी को इस बात उन्होंने साफ कहा कि उनकी सरकार जो है कई तरह के प्रयास करेगी ताकि आम आदमी से बाहर निकल रही है वित्त मंत्री अब बाहर आ गई है बजट की कॉपी लेकर के टैब में किया जाएगा आप ये देखिए टीम के साथ बजट वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण रेवेन्यू सेक्रेटरी वित्त मंत्रालय के ठीक बाहर CBDT chairman, CBDT, CBIC, DFC secretary, MOS finance तो सारे लोग मौजूद हैं और फोटो पे रहा है तमाम अपनी के साथ बजट कॉपी जो कि टैब है वो पेश कर रही है वो दिखा रही है और इस बात की क्या बोल रहा था
രാഷ്ട്രപതി ഭവനിൽ രാഷ്ട്രപതി നടത്തിയതിനു ശേഷമായിരിക്കും ധനമന്ത്രി അവിടെ നിന്ന് പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് മടങ്ങുന്നത്. പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് എത്തുന്ന ധനമന്ത്രി മന്ത്രിസഭാ യോഗത്തിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കും.
मैम सेंटर मैडम 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 एक्शन ऊपर वाले मैडम मैडम यहीं पे मैडम यहीं पे यस वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंच गई है वित्त मंत्रालय और फिलहाल ये वो दूसरी तस्वीरें वित्त मंत्रालय से जब वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंची है देश का आम बजट पेश करने से पहले यहाँ पर निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंच गई है वित्त मंत्रालय पर वित्त मंत्रालय बजट वो इंतजार किया जा रहा था वो नहीं है जी वित्त मंत्रालय पहुंच गई है निर्मला सीतारमण वित्त मंत्री के तौर पर वो यहाँ पर पहुंची है लेकिन यहाँ पर वित्त मंत्री पहुंच चुकी है लेकिन महत्वपूर्ण क्या था यहाँ से वो ठीक खाता होता है वो नहीं था क्यों इसकी वजह ये है वो जो भाई खाता है वो वित्त मंत्रालय में मौजूद है और यहाँ पर तमाम अधिकारी को इस बात उन्होंने साफ कहा कि सरकार जो है कई तरह के प्रयास करेगी बाहर निकल रही है वित्त मंत्री अब बाहर आ गई है बजट की कॉपी लेकर के टैब में किया जाएगा इसके साथ बजट वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण वित्त मंत्रालय के ठीक बाहर CBDT chairman, CBDT, CBIC, DSL secretary, MOS finance, तो सारे लोग मौजूद हैं और तमाम अपनी के साथ बजट कॉपी जो कि स्टाफ है वो पेश कर रही है वो दिखा रही है और इस बात क्या बोल रहा था मेरा नाम तो बोल रहा है आलू वालू मेरा नाम बहुत बहुत
തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും രാഷ്ട്രപതി ഭവനിൽ രാഷ്ട്രപതിയുമായിട്ട് കൂടിക്കാഴ്ച നടത്തിയതിനു ശേഷമായിരിക്കും ധനമന്ത്രി അവിടെ നിന്ന് പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് മടങ്ങുന്നത്. പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് എത്തുന്ന ധനമന്ത്രി മന്ത്രിസഭാ യോഗത്തിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കും.
मैम सेंटर मैडम 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 एक ऊपर मैडम वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंच गई है वित्त मंत्रालय और फिलहाल ये वो दूसरी तस्वीर वित्त मंत्रालय से जब वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंची है देश का आम बजट पेश करने से पहले यहाँ पर निर्मला सीतारमण पहुंच गई है वित्त मंत्रालय पर वित्त मंत्रालय बजट वो इंतजार किया जा रहा था वो नहीं है जी वित्त मंत्रालय पहुंच गई है निर्मला सीतारमण वित्त मंत्री के तौर पर वो यहाँ पर पहुंची है लेकिन यहाँ पर वित्त मंत्री पहुंच चुकी है लेकिन महत्वपूर्ण क्या था यहाँ से वो ही खाता होता है वो नहीं था क्यों इसकी वजह ये है वो जो भाई खाता है वो वित्त मंत्रालय में मौजूद है और जहाँ पर तमाम अधिकारी को इस बात उन्होंने साफ कहा कि सरकार जो है कई तरह के प्रयास करेगी ताकि आम आदमी को बाहर निकल रही है वित्त मंत्री अब लॉकडाउन से बाहर आ गई है बजट की टोपी लेकर के टैब में किया जाएगा बजट वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण रेवेन्यू सेक्रेटरी वित्त मंत्रालय के ठीक बाहर CBDT चैनल CBDT CBIC DFC सेक्रेटरी एमओएस मेनल तो और बजट कॉपी जो कि टैब है वो पेश कर रही है वो दिखा रही है और इस बात क्या बोल रहा था आलू आलू
തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും രാഷ്ട്രപതി ഭവനിൽ രാഷ്ട്രപതിയുമായിട്ട് കൂടിക്കാഴ്ച നടത്തിയതിനു ശേഷമായിരിക്കും ധനമന്ത്രി അവിടെ നിന്ന് പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് മടങ്ങുന്നത്. പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക് എത്തുന്ന ധനമന്ത്രി മന്ത്രിസഭാ യോഗത്തിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കും.
Madam.
Global context. The global economy, while performing better than expected, is still in the grip of policy uncertainties. Elevated asset prices, political uncertainties, and shipping disruptions continue to pose significant downside risks for growth and upside risks to inflation. In this context, India's economic growth continues to be the shining exception and will remain so in the years ahead. India's inflation continues to be low, stable, and moving towards the 4% target. Core inflation, that is non-food and non-fuel, currently is 3.1%. Steps are being taken to ensure supplies of perishable goods reach markets adequately. Interim budget. As mentioned in the interim budget, we need to focus on 4 major castes, namely the Garib, Mahilaye, Yuva, and Annadata, the poor, women, youth, and the farmer. For Annadata, we announced higher minimum support prices a month ago for all major crops, delivering on the promise of at least a 50% margin over costs. Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana was extended for 5 years, benefiting more than 80 crore people. Administrative actions for approval and implementation of various schemes announced in the interim budget are well underway. The required allocations have been made. Budget theme. Turning attention to the full year and beyond in this budget, we particularly focus on employment, skilling, MSMEs, and the middle class. I'm happy to announce the Prime Minister's package of 5 schemes and initiatives to facilitate employment, skilling, and other opportunities for 4.1 crore youth over a 5-year period, with a central outlay of to facilitate employment, skilling, and other opportunities for 4.1 crore youth over a 5-year period, with a central outlay of 2 lakh crore rupees. I will speak about them shortly, while more details may be seen in the annexure. This year, I've made a provision of 1.48 lakh rupees, 1.48 lakh crore rupees for education, employment, and skilling. Budget priorities. The people have given a unique opportunity to our government to take the country on the path of strong development and an all-round prosperity. In the interim budget, we promise to present a detailed roadmap for our pursuit of Vikasit Bharat, in line with the strategy set out in the interim budget. This budget envisages sustained efforts on the following 9 priorities for generating ample opportunities for all. Number 1, productivity and resilience in agriculture. Number 2, employment and skilling. Number 3, inclusive human resource development and social justice. 4, manufacturing and services. 5, urban development. 6, energy security. 7, infrastructure. 8, innovation, research and development. And 9, next generation reforms. Subsequent budgets will build on these and add more priorities and actions. A more detailed formulation will be carried out as part of the economic policy framework about which I will speak later in this speech. This budget details some of the specific actions to be initiated in the current year towards fulfillment of these priorities with potential for transformative changes. The budget also covers some of the previously made announcements with intent to strengthen them and step up their implementation for expediting our journey towards the goal of Viksit Bharat. Priority 1, productivity and resilience in agriculture. Transforming agricultural research. Our government will undertake a comprehensive review of the agricultural research setup to bring the focus on raising productivity and developing climate resilient varieties. Funding will be provided in challenge mode, including to the private sector. Domain experts, both from the government and outside, will oversee the conduct of such research. Release of new varieties. New 109 high-yielding and climate-resilient varieties of 32 field and horticultural crops will be released for cultivation by farmers. Natural farming. In the next 2 years, 1 crore farmers across the country will be initiated into natural farming, supported by certification and branding. Implementation will be through scientific institutions and willing gram panchayats. 10,000 need-based bio-input resource centers will be established. Missions for pulses and oilseeds. For achieving self-sufficiency in pulses and oilseeds, we will strengthen their production, storage, and marketing. As announced in the interim budget, a strategy is being put in place to achieve Atmanirbharta for oilseeds such as mustard, groundnut, sesame, soybean, and sunflower. Vegetable production and supply chains. Large-scale clusters for vegetable production will be developed closer to major consumption centers. We will promote farmer-producer organizations, cooperatives, and startups for vegetable supply chains, including for collection and storage and marketing. Digital public infrastructure for agriculture. Buoyed by the success of the pilot project, our government, in partnership with the states, will facilitate the implementation of the digital public infrastructure in agriculture for coverage of farmers and their lands in 3 years. During this year, digital crop survey for Kharif using the DPI will be taken up in 400 districts. The details of 6 crore farmers and their lands will be brought into the farmer and land registries. Further, the issuance of Jan Samarth-based Kisan credit cards will be enabled in 5 states. Shrimp production and export. Financial support for setting up a network of nucleus breeding centers for shrimp brood stocks will be provided. Financing for shrimp farming, processing, and export will be facilitated through NABARD. National cooperation policy. Our government will bring out a national cooperation policy for systematic, orderly, and all-round development of the cooperative sector, fast-tracking growth of rural economy and generation of employment opportunities on a large scale will be the policy goal. This year, I have made a provision of 1.52 lakh crore rupees for agriculture and allied sectors. Priority 2, employment and skilling. Employment-linked incentive. Our government will implement following 3 schemes for employment-linked incentive as part of the Prime Minister's package. These will be based on enrollment in the EPFO and focus on recognition of first-time employees and support to employees and employers. Scheme A, first-timers. This scheme will provide 1 month wage to all persons newly entering the workforce in all formal sectors. Direct benefit transfer of 1 month's salary in 3 installments to first-time employees as registered in the EPFO will be up to 15,000 rupees. The eligibility limit will be a salary of 1 lakh per month. The scheme is expected to benefit 210 lakh youths. Scheme B, job creation in manufacturing. This scheme will incentivize additional employment in the manufacturing sector linked to the employment of first-time employees. An incentive will be provided at specified scale directly both to the employee and the employer with respect to the EPFO contribution in the first 4 years of employment. The scheme is expected to benefit 30 lakh youth entering employment and their employers. Scheme C, support to employers. This employer-focused scheme will cover additional employment in all sectors. All additional employment within a salary of 1 lakh rupee per month will be counted. The government will reimburse to employers up to 3,000 rupees per month for 2 years towards the EPFO contribution for each additional employee. The scheme is expected to incentivize additional employment of 50 lakh persons. Participation of women in the workforce. We will facilitate higher participation of women in the workforce through setting up of working women hostels in collaboration with industry and establishing creches. In addition, the partnership will seek to organize women-specific skilling programs and promotion of market access for women SHG enterprises. Skilling program. I'm happy to announce a new centrally sponsored scheme as the 4th scheme under the Prime Minister's package for skilling in collaboration with state governments and industry. 20 lakh youth will be skilled over a 5-year period. Industrial training institutes will be upgraded in hub and spoke arrangements with outcome orientation. Course content and design will be aligned to the skill needs of industry, and new courses will be introduced for emerging needs. Skilling loans. The model skill loan scheme will be revised to facilitate loans up to 7.5 lakh rupees with a guarantee from a government-promoted fund. This measure is expected to help 25,000 students every year. Education loans. For helping our youth who have not been eligible for any benefit under government schemes and policies, I am happy to announce a financial support for loans up to 10 lakh rupees for higher education in domestic institutions. E-vouchers for this purpose. E-vouchers for this purpose will be given directly to 1 lakh students every year for annual interest subvention of 3% of the loan amount. Priority 3, inclusive human resource development and social justice. Saturation approach. Our government is committed to all-round, all-pervasive, and all-inclusive development of people, particularly farmers, youth, women, and the poor. For achieving social justice comprehensively, the saturation approach of covering all eligible people through various programs, including those for education and health, will be adopted to empower them by improving their capabilities. Implementation of schemes meant for supporting economic activities by craftsmen, artisans, self-help groups, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and women entrepreneurs and street vendors such as the PM Vishwakarma, PM Swanidhi, National Livelihood Missions, and Stand Up India will be stepped up. Purvodaya. The states in the eastern part of the country are rich in endowments and have strong cultural traditions. We will formulate a plan, Purvodaya, for the all-round development of the eastern region of the country, covering Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha, and Andhra Pradesh. This will cover human resource development, infrastructure, and generation of economic opportunities to make the region an engine to attain Vikasit Bharat. On the Amritsar-Kolkata Industrial Corridor, we will support development of an industrial node at Gaya. This corridor will catalyze industrial development of the eastern region. The industrial node at Gaya will also be a good model for developing our ancient centers of cultural importance into future centers of modern economy. This model shall showcase Vikas B, Virasat B in a growth trajectory. We will also support development of road connectivity projects, namely 1. Patna Purnia Expressway, 2. Buxar Bhagalpur Expressway, 3. Bodh Gaya, Rajgir, Vaishali, and Darbhanga spurs, and 4. Additional 2-lane bridge over River Ganga at Buxar at a total cost of 26,000 crore rupees. Power projects, including setting up of a new 2,400 megawatt power plant at Peer Painti, will be taken up at a cost of 21,400 crore rupees. New airports, medical colleges, and sports infrastructure in Bihar will be constructed. An additional allocation to support capital investments will be provided. The requests of Bihar government for external assistance from multilateral development banks will be expedited. Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act. Our government has made concerted efforts to fulfill the commitments in Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act. Recognizing the state's need for the capital, recognizing the state's need for a capital, we will facilitate special financial support through multilateral development agencies. In the current financial year, 15,000 crore rupees will be arranged with additional amounts in future years. Our government is fully committed to financing and early completion of the Polavaram irrigation project, which is the lifeline for Andhra Pradesh and its farmers. This will facilitate our country's food security as well. Under the Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act, for promoting industrial development, funds will be provided for essential infrastructure such as water, power, railways, and roads. In Kopparthi node on the Visakhapatnam-Chennai Industrial Corridor and Varavakkal node on the Hyderabad-Bangalore Industrial Corridor. An additional allocation will be provided this year towards capital investment for economic growth. Grants for backward regions of Rayalaseema, Prakasham, North Coastal Andhra, as stated in the Act, will be provided. PM Awas Yojana. 3 crore additional houses under the PM Awas Yojana in rural and urban areas in the country have been announced, for which the necessary allocations are being made. Women-led development. For promoting women-led development, the budget carries an allocation of more than 3 lakh crore for schemes benefiting women and girls. This signals our government's commitment for enhancing women's role in economic development. Pradhan Mantri Janjatiya Unnat Gram Abhiyan. For improving the socio-economic condition of tribal communities, we will launch the Pradhan Mantri Janjatiya Unnat Gram Abhiyan by adopting saturation coverage for tribal families in tribal majority villages and aspirational districts. This will cover 63,000 villages, benefiting 5 crore tribal people. Bank branches in northeastern region. More than 100 branches of India Post Payment Bank will be set up in the northeast region to expand the banking services. This year, I have made a provision of 2.66 lakh crore rupees for rural development, including rural infrastructure. Priority 4, manufacturing and services, support for promotion of MSMEs. This budget provides special attention to MSMEs and manufacturing, particularly labor-intensive manufacturing. We have formulated a package covering financing, regulatory changes, and technology support for MSMEs to help them grow and also compete globally, as mentioned in the interim budget. I am happy to announce the following specific measures. Credit guarantee scheme for MSMEs in the manufacturing sector. For facilitating term loans to MSMEs for purchase of machinery and equipment without collateral or third-party guarantee, a credit guarantee scheme will be introduced. The scheme will operate on pooling of credit risks of such MSMEs. A separately constituted self-financing guarantee fund will provide to each applicant guarantee cover up to 100 crore rupees, while the loan amount may be larger. The borrower will have to provide an upfront guarantee fee and an annual guarantee fee on the reducing loan balance. New assessment model for MSME credit. Public sector banks will build their own in-house capability to assess MSMEs for credit instead of relying on external assessment. They will also take a lead in developing or getting developed a new credit assessment model based on the scoring of digital footprints of the MSMEs in the economy. This is expected to be a significant improvement over the traditional assessment of credit eligibility based only on asset or turnover criteria. That will also cover MSMEs without a formal accounting system. Credit support to MSMEs during stress period. I'm happy to announce a new mechanism for facilitating continuation of bank credit to MSMEs during their stress period, while being in special mention account, SMA account, SMA stage, for reasons beyond their control. MSMEs need credit to continue their business and to avoid getting into the NPA stage. Credit availability will be supported through a guarantee from a government-promoted fund. Mudra loans. The limit of Mudra loans will be enhanced to 20 lakh from the current 10 lakh for those entrepreneurs who have availed and successfully repaid previous loans under the Tarun category. Enhanced scope for mandatory onboarding in trades. For facilitating MSMEs to unlock their working capital by converting their trade receivables into cash, I propose to reduce the turnover threshold of buyers for mandatory onboarding on the trades platform from rupees 500 crore to 250 crore rupees. This measure will bring 22 more CPSCs and 7,000 more companies onto the platform. Medium enterprises will also be included in the scope of the suppliers. SIDBI branches in MSME clusters. SIDBI will open new branches to expand its reach to serve all major MSME clusters within 3 years and provide direct credit to them. With the opening of 24 such branches this year, the service coverage will expand to 168 out of 242 major clusters. MSME units for food irradiation, quality and safety testing. Financial support for setting up of 50 multi-product food irradiation units in the MSME sector will be provided. Setting up of 100 food quality and safety testing labs with NABL accreditation will be facilitated. E-commerce export hubs to enable MSMEs and traditional artisans to sell their products in international markets. E-commerce export hubs will be set up in public-private partnership mode. These hubs, under a seamless regulatory and logistic framework, will facilitate trade and export-related services under one roof. Measures for promotion of manufacturing and services. Internship in top companies. As the fifth scheme under Prime Minister's package, our government will launch a comprehensive scheme for providing internship opportunities in 500 top companies to 1 crore youth in 5 years. They will gain exposure for 12 months to real-life business environment, varied professions, and employment opportunities. An internship allowance of 5,000 per month, 5,000 rupees per month, along with a one-time assistance of 6,000 rupees will be provided. Companies will be expected to bear the training cost and 10% of their internship cost from their CSR funds. Industrial parks. Our government will facilitate development of investment-ready, plug-and-play industrial parks with complete infrastructure in or near 100 cities in partnership with the states and private sector by better using town planning schemes. 12 industrial parks under the National Industrial Corridor Development Program also will be sanctioned.
जी मेरे को नो प्लीज बैठिए
rental housing with dormitory type accommodation for industrial workers will be just 1 minute. Rental housing, I repeat, rental housing with dormitory type accommodation for industrial workers will be facilitated in PPP mode with VGF support and commitment from anchor industries. Shipping industry, ownership, leasing, and flagging reforms will be implemented to improve the share of Indian shipping industry and generate more employment. Critical mineral mission. We will set up a critical mineral mission for domestic production, recycling of critical minerals, and overseas acquisition of critical mineral assets. Its mandate will include technology development, skilled workforce, extended producer responsibility framework, and a suitable financing mechanism. Offshore mining of minerals. Our government will launch the auction of the first tranche of offshore blocks for mining, building on the exploration already carried out. Digital public infrastructure applications. Turning to the services sector, I propose development of DPI applications at population scale for productivity gains, business opportunities, and innovation by the private sector. These are planned in the areas of credit, e-commerce, education, health, law and justice, logistics, MSME service delivery, and urban governance. Integrated technology platform for IBC ecosystem. An integrated technology platform will be set up for improving the outcomes under the Insolvency Bankruptcy Code for achieving consistency, transparency, timely processing, and better oversight for all stakeholders. Voluntary closure of LLPs. The services of the Center for Processing Accelerated Corporate Exit, CPACE, will be extended for voluntary closure of LLPs to reduce the closure times. National Company Law Tribunals. the IBC has resolved more than 1,000 companies, resulting in direct recovery of 3.3 lakh crore to creditors. 3.3 lakh crore rupees to creditors. In addition, 28,000 cases involving over 10 lakh crore rupees have been disposed of even prior to admission. Appropriate changes to the IBC, reforms and strengthening of the tribunal and appellate tribunals will be initiated to speed up insolvency resolution. Additional tribunals will be established. Out of those, some will be notified to decide cases exclusively under the Companies Act. Debt recovery. Steps for reforming and strengthening debt recovery tribunals will be taken. Additional tribunals will be established to speed up recovery. Priority 5, urban development. Cities as growth hubs. Working with states, our government will facilitate development of cities as growth hubs. This will be achieved through economic and transit planning and orderly development of peri-urban areas utilizing town planning schemes. Creative redevelopment of cities. For creative brownfield redevelopment of existing cities with a transformative impact, our government will formulate a framework for enabling policies, market-based mechanisms, and regulation. Transit-oriented development. Transit-oriented development plans for 14 large cities with a population above 30 lakh will be formulated, along with an implementation and financing strategy. Urban housing. Under the PM Awas Yojana, Urban 2.0, housing needs of 1 crore urban poor and middle-class families will be addressed with an investment of 10 lakh crore rupees. This will include the central assistance of 2.2 lakh crore rupees in the next 5 years. A provision of interest subsidy to facilitate loans at affordable rates is also envisaged. In addition, enabling policies and regulations for efficient and transparent rental housing markets with enhanced availability will also be put in place. Water supply and sanitation. In partnership with state governments and multilateral development banks, we will promote water supply, sewage treatments, and solid waste management projects and services for 100 large cities through bankable projects. These projects will also envisage use of treated water for irrigation and filling up of tanks in nearby areas. Street markets. Building on the success of PM Swanidhi scheme in transforming the lives of street vendors, our government envisions a scheme to support each year over the next 5 years the development of 100 weekly hearts or street food hubs in select cities. Stamp duty. We will encourage states which continue to charge high stamp duty to moderate the rates for all and also consider further lowering duties for properties purchased by women. This reform will be made an essential component of urban development schemes. Priority 6, energy security, energy transition. In the interim budget, I had announced our strategy to sustain high and more resource efficient economic growth, along with the energy security in terms of availability, accessibility, and affordability. We will bring out a policy document on appropriate energy transition pathways that balances the imperatives of employment, growth, and environmental sustainability. PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. In line with the announcement in the interim budget, PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana has been launched to install rooftop solar plants to enable 1 crore households obtain free electricity up to 300 units every month. The scheme has generated remarkable response with more than 1.28 crore registrations and 14 lakh applications, and we will further encourage it. Pumped storage policy. A policy for promoting pumped storage projects will be brought out for electricity storage and facilitating smooth integration of the growing share of renewable energy with its variable and intermittent nature in the overall energy mix. Research and development of small and modular nuclear reactors. Nuclear energy is expected to form a very significant part of the energy mix for Vikasit Bharat. Towards that pursuit, our government will partner with the private sector for 1. Setting up Bharat Small Reactors. 2. Research and development of Bharat Small Modular Reactor. And 3. Research and development of newer technologies for nuclear energy. The R&D funding announced in the interim budget will be made available for this sector also. Advanced ultra supercritical thermal power plants. The development of indigenous technology for advanced ultra supercritical thermal power plants with much higher efficiency has been completed. A joint venture between NTPC and BHEL will set up a full-scale 800 megawatt commercial plant using AUSC technology. The government will provide the required fiscal support. Moving forward, development of indigenous capacity for the production of high-grade steel and other advanced metallurgy materials for these plants will result in strong spin-off benefits for the economy. Roadmap for hard-to-abate industries. A roadmap for moving the hard-to-abate industries from energy efficiency targets to emission targets will be formulated. Appropriate regulations for transition of these industries from the current perform, achieve, and trade mode to Indian carbon market mode will be put in place. Support to traditional micro and small industries. An investment grade energy audit of traditional micro and small industries in 60 clusters, including brass and ceramic, will be facilitated. Financial support will be provided for shifting them to cleaner forms of energy and implementation of energy efficiency measures. The scheme will be replicated in another 100 clusters in the next phase. Priority 7, infrastructure investment by central government. Significant investment the central government has made over the years in building and improving infrastructure has had a strong multiplier effect on the economy. We will endeavor to maintain strong fiscal support for infrastructure over the next 5 years in conjunction with imperatives of other priorities and fiscal consolidation. This year, I have provided 11,11,111 crore rupees for capital expenditure. This would be 3.4% of our GDP. infrastructure investment by state governments. We will encourage states to provide support of similar scale for infrastructure, subject to their development priorities. A provision of 1.5 lakh crore rupees for long-term interest-free loans have been made this year also to support the states in their resource allocation. Private investment in infrastructure. Investment in infrastructure by private sector will be promoted through viability gap funding and enabling policies and regulations. A market-based financing framework will be brought out. Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, phase 4 of the PMGSY will be launched to provide all-weather connectivity to 25,000 rural habitations, which have become eligible in view of their population increase. Irrigation and flood mitigation. Bihar has frequently suffered from floods, many of them originating outside the country. Plans to build flood control structures in Nepal are yet to progress. Our government, through the Accelerated Irrigation Benefit Program and other sources, will provide financial support for projects with estimated cost of 11,500 crore rupees, such as the Kosi-Michi intra-state link and 20 other ongoing and new schemes, including barrages, river pollution abatement, and irrigation projects. In addition, survey and investigation of Kosi-related flood mitigation and irrigation projects will be undertaken. Assam grapples with floods every year by the Brahmaputra River and its tributaries originating outside India. We will provide assistance to Assam for flood management and related projects. Himachal Pradesh suffered extensive losses due to floods last year. Our government will provide assistance to the state for reconstruction and rehabilitation through multilateral development assistance. Uttarakhand too suffered losses due to cloudbursts and massive landslides. We will provide assistance to the state. Recently, Sikkim witnessed devastating flash floods and landslides that wreaked havoc across the state. Our government will provide assistance to the state. Tourism. Tourism has always been a part of our civilization. Our efforts in positioning India as a global tourist destination will also create jobs, stimulate investments, and unlock economic opportunities for other sectors. In addition to the measures outlined in the interim budget, I propose the following measures. Vishnupad Temple at Gaya and Mahabodhi Temple at Bodh Gaya in Bihar are of immense spiritual significance. Comprehensive development of Vishnupad Temple Corridor and Mahabodhi Temple Corridor will be supported, modeled on the successful Kashi Vishwanath Temple Corridor to transform them into world-class pilgrim and tourist destinations. Rajgir holds immense religious significance for Hindus, Buddhists, and Jains. The 20th Tirthankara Muniswarata temple in the Jain temple complex is ancient. The Saptarishi or the 7 hot springs form a warm water Brahmkund that is sacred. A comprehensive development initiative for Rajgir will be undertaken. Our government will support the development of Nalanda as a tourist center, besides reviving Nalanda University to its glorious stature. Odisha's scenic beauty, temples, monuments, craftsmanship, wildlife sanctuaries, natural landscapes, and pristine beaches make it an ultimate tourism destination. Our government will provide assistance for their development to Odisha as well. Priority 8, innovation, research, and development. We will operationalize the Anusandhan National Research Fund for basic research and prototype development. Further, we will set up a mechanism for spurring private sector-driven research and innovation at commercial scale with a financing pool of 1 lakh crore rupees in line with the announcement in the interim budget. Space economy, with our continued emphasis on expanding the space economy by 5 times in the next 10 years, a venture capital fund of 1,000 crore rupees will be set up. Priority 9, next generation reforms. Economic policy framework. We will formulate an economic policy framework to delineate the overarching approach to economic development and set the scope of the next generation of reforms for facilitating employment opportunities and sustaining high growth. Our government will initiate and incentivize reforms for 1, improving productivity of factors of production, and 2, facilitating markets and sectors to become more efficient. These reforms will cover all factors of production, namely land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship, and technology as an enabler of improving total factor productivity and bridging inequality. Effective implementation of several of these reforms requires collaboration between the center and the states, and building consensus as development of the country lies in development of the states. For promoting competitive federalism and incentivizing states for faster implementation of reforms, I propose to earmark a significant part of the 50-year interest-free loan. Working with the states, we will initiate the following reforms. Land-related reforms and actions, both in the rural and urban areas, will cover land administration, will cover 1, land administration, planning and management, and 2, urban planning usage and building bylaws. These will be incentivized for completion within the next 3 years through appropriate fiscal support. Rural land-related actions. Rural land-related actions will include 1, assignment of unique land parcel identification number, UL PIN, or Bhu Aadhaar for all lands. 2, digitization of cadastral maps. 3, survey of subdivisions, survey of map subdivisions as per current ownership. 4, establishment of land registry. And 5, linking to the farmers registry. These actions will also facilitate credit flow and other agricultural services. Urban land-related actions. Land records in urban areas will be digitized with GIS mapping. An IT-based system for property record administration, updating, and tax administration will be established. These will also facilitate improving the financial position of urban local bodies, labor-related reforms, services to labor. Our government will facilitate the provision of a wide array of services to labor, including those for employment and skilling. A comprehensive integration of e-Shram portal with other portals will facilitate such one-stop solution. Open architecture databases for the rapidly changing labor market, skill requirements, and available job roles, and a mechanism to connect job aspirants with potential employers and skill providers will be covered in these services. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal will be revamped to enhance ease of compliance for industry and trade. Capital and entrepreneurship related reforms, financial sector vision and strategy. For meeting financing needs of the economy, our government will bring out a financial sector vision and strategy document to prepare the sector in terms of size, capacity, and skills. This will set the agenda for the next 5 years and guide the work of the government, regulators, financial institutions, and market participants. Taxonomy for climate finance. We will develop taxonomy for climate finance for enhancing the availability of capital for climate adaptation and mitigation. This will support achievement of the country's climate commitments and green transition. Variable capital company structure. We will seek the required legislative approval for providing an efficient and flexible mode for financing leasing of aircrafts and ships and pooled funds of private equity through a variable company structure. Foreign direct investments and overseas investment. The rules and regulations for foreign direct investment and overseas investments will be simplified to 1. Facilitate foreign direct investments, 2. Nudge prioritization, and 3. Promote opportunities for using Indian rupee as a currency for overseas investment. NPS Vatsalya. NPS Vatsalya, a plan for contribution by parents and guardians for minors, will be started. On attaining the age of majority, the plan can be converted seamlessly into a normal NPS account. Use of technology. We have successfully used technology for improving productivity and bridging inequality in our economy during the past 10 years. Public investment in digital infrastructure and innovations by the private sector have helped in improving access of all citizens, particularly the common people, to market resources, education, health, and services. We will step up adoption of technology towards digitalization of the economy. Ease of doing business. For enhancing ease of doing business, we are already working on the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0. Further, states will be incentivized for implementation of the business reforms, action plans, and digitalization. Data and statistics. For improving data governance, collection, processing, and management of data and statistics, different sectoral databases, including those established under the Digital India Mission, will be utilized with active use of technology tools. New pension scheme. The committee to review the NPS has made considerable progress in its work. I'm happy that the staff side of the National Council of the Joint Consultative Machinery for Central Government Employees has taken a constructive approach. A solution will be evolved which addresses the relevant issues while maintaining fiscal prudence to protect the common citizens. Budget estimates for 24-25. For the year 24-25, total receipts other than borrowings and the total expenditure are estimated at 32.07 lakh crore rupees and 48.21 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 25.83 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP. The gross and the net market borrowings through dated securities during 24-25 are estimated at 14.01 lakh crore rupees and 11.63 lakh crore rupees respectively. Both will be less than that in 23-24. The fiscal consolidation path announced by me in 2021 has served our economy very well, and we aim to reach the deficit below 4.5% next year. The government is committed to staying the course. From 2026-27 onwards, our endeavor will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that the central government's debt will be on a declining path as percentage of GDP. I will now move to part B. Indirect taxes. Sir, I start with GST. It has decreased tax incidence on the common man, reduced compliance burden and logistics cost for trade and industry, and enhanced revenues of the central and the state governments. It is a success of vast proportions. To multiply the benefits of GST, we will strive to further simplify and rationalize the tax structure and endeavor to expand it to the remaining sectors. My proposals for customs duties intend to support domestic manufacturing, deepen local value addition, promote export competitiveness, and simplify taxation while keeping the interest of the general public and consumers surmount. In Budget 22-23, we reduced the number of customs duty rates. I propose to undertake a comprehensive review of the rate structure over the next 6 months to rationalize and simplify it for ease of trade, removal of duty inversion, and reduction of disputes. I shall now take up sector-specific customs duty proposals. Medicine and medical equipments. To provide relief to cancer patients, I propose to fully exempt 3 more medicines from customs duties. I also propose changes in the BCD on X-ray tubes and flat panel detectors for use in medical X-ray machines under the phased manufacturing program so as to synchronize them with the domestic capacity addition. Mobile phone and related parts. With a 3-fold increase in domestic production and almost a 100-fold jump in exports of mobile phones over the last 6 years, the Indian mobile industry has matured. In the interest of consumers, I now propose to reduce the BCD on mobile phone, mobile PCBA, and mobile charger to 15%. Critical minerals. Minerals such as lithium, copper, cobalt, and rare earth elements are critical for sectors like nuclear energy, renewable energy, space, defense, telecommunications, and high-tech electronics. I propose to fully exempt customs duties on 25 critical minerals and reduce BCD on 2 of them. This will provide a major fillip to the processing and refining of such minerals and help secure their availability for these strategic and important sectors. Solar energy. Energy transition is critical in the fight against climate change. To support energy transition, I propose to expand the list of exempted capital goods for use in the manufacture of solar cells and panels in the country. Further, in view of sufficient domestic manufacturing capacity of solar gas, glass, and tinned copper interconnect, I propose not to extend the exemption of custom duties provided to them. Marine products. India's seafood exports in the last financial year touched an all-time high of more than 60,000 crores of rupees. Frozen shrimp accounted for about 2/3 of these exports. To enhance their competitiveness, I propose to reduce BCD on certain broodstock, polychaete worms, shrimp, and fish feed to 5%. I also propose to exempt customs duty on various inputs for manufacture of shrimp and fish feed. Leather and textile. Similarly, to enhance the competitiveness of exports in the leather and textile sectors, I propose to reduce BCD on real down-filling material from duck or goose. I'm also making additions to the list of exempted goods for manufacture of leather and textile garments, footwear, and other leather articles for export. To rectify inversion in duty, I propose to reduce BCD subject to conditions on methylene diphenyl diisocyanate, MDI, for manufacture of spandex yarn from 7.5 to 5%. Furthermore, the export duty structure on raw hides, skin, and leather is proposed to be simplified and rationalized. Precious metals. To enhance domestic value addition in gold and precious metal jewelry in the country, I propose to reduce customs duties on gold and silver to 6% and that of platinum to 6.4%. Other metals. Steel and copper are important raw materials. To reduce their cost of production, I propose to remove the BCD on ferronickel and blister copper. I am also continuing with nil BCD on ferrous scrap and nickel cathode and concessional BCD of 2.5% on copper scrap. Electronics. To increase value addition in the domestic electronics industry, I propose to remove the BCD subject to conditions on oxygen-free copper for manufacture of resistors. I also propose to exempt certain parts for manufacture of connectors. Chemicals and petrochemicals. To support existing and new capacities in the pipeline, I propose to increase the BCD on ammonium nitrate from 7.5% to 10%. Plastics. PVC flex banners are non-biodegradable and hazardous for environment and health. To curb their imports, I propose to raise the BCD on them from 10 to 25%. Telecommunication equipment. To incentivize domestic manufacturing, I propose to increase the BCD from 10 to 15% on PCBA of specified telecom equipment. Trade facilitation. To promote domestic aviation and boat and ship MRO, I propose to extend the period for export of goods imported for repairs from 6 months to 1 year. I'll read that again. To promote domestic aviation and boat and ship maintenance, repair, and operations, I propose to extend the period for export of goods imported for repairs from 6 months to 1 year. In the same vein, I propose to extend the time limit for re-import of goods for repairs under warranty from 3 to 5 years. I now move to direct taxes. We will continue our efforts to simplify taxes, improve taxpayer services, provide tax certainty, and reduce litigation while enhancing revenues for funding the development and welfare schemes of the government. It has been our endeavor to simplify taxation. We have taken a number of measures in the last few years, including introduction of simplified tax regimes without exemptions and deductions for corporate tax and for personal income tax. This has been appreciated by taxpayers. 58% of corporate tax came from the simplified tax regime in the financial year 22-23. Similarly, as per data available till now, for the last fiscal, more than 2/3 have availed the new personal income tax regime. Comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act. I am now announcing a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961. The purpose is to make the act concise, lucid, easy to read and understand. This will reduce disputes and litigation, thereby providing tax certainty to the taxpayers. I will also bring down the demand embroiled in litigation. It is proposed to be completed in 6 months. A beginning is being made in the finance bill by simplifying the tax regime for charities, tedious rate structures, provisions of reassessment and such provisions, and capital gains taxation. Simplification for charities and tedious. The two tax exemption regimes for charities are proposed to be merged into one. The 5% tedious rate on many payments is being merged into the 2% tedious rate, and the 20% tedious rate on repurchase of units by mutual funds or UTI is being withdrawn. Tedious rate on e-commerce operators is proposed to be reduced from 1 to 0.1%. Moreover, credit of TCS is proposed to be given in the TDS to be deducted on salary. Further, I propose to decriminalize delay for payment of TDS up to the due date of filing statement for the same. I also plan to provide a standard operating procedure for TDS defaults and simplify and rationalize the compounding guidelines for such defaults. Simplification of reassessment. I propose to thoroughly simplify the provisions for reopening and reassessment. An assessment hereinafter can be reopened beyond 3 years from the end of the assessment year only if the escaped income is 50 lakh rupees or more, up to a maximum period of 5 years from the end of the assessment year. Even in such cases, a time limit of 6 years before the year of the search, as against the existing time limit of 10 years, is being proposed. This will reduce tax uncertainty and disputes. Simplification and rationalization of capital gains. Capital gains taxation is also proposed to be hugely simplified. Short-term gains on certain financial assets shall henceforth attract a tax rate of 20%, while that on all other financial assets and all non-financial assets shall continue to attract the applicable tax rate. Long-term gains on all financial and non-financial assets, on the other hand, will attract a tax rate of 12.5%. For the benefit of the lower and the middle income classes, I propose to increase the limit of exemption of capital gains on certain financial assets to 1.25 lakh rupees per year. Listed financial assets held for more than a year will be classified as long-term, while unlisted financial assets and all non-financial assets will have to be held for at least 2 years to be classified as long-term. Unlisted bonds and debentures, debt mutual funds, and market-linked debentures, irrespective of holding period, however, will attract tax on capital gains at applicable rates. Taxpayer services. All the major taxpayer services under GST and most services under customs and income tax have been digitalized. All remaining services of customs and income tax, including rectification and order giving effect to appellate orders, shall be digitalized and made paperless over the next 2 years. Litigation and appeals. While our concerted efforts to reduce pendency of appeals at various appellate fora are beginning to show good results, it will continue to engage our highest attention. To dispose of the backlog of first appeals, I plan to deploy more officers to hear and decide such appeals, especially those with large tax effect. For resolution of certain income tax disputes pending in appeal, I am also proposing Vivad Se Vishwas Scheme 2024. Further, I propose to increase monetary limits for filing appeals related to direct taxes, excise, and service tax in the tax tribunals, high courts, and Supreme Court to 60 lakh rupees, 2 crore rupees, and 5 crore respectively, with a view to reduce litigation and provide certainty in international taxation. We will expand the scope of safe harbor rules and make them more attractive. We will also streamline the transfer pricing assessment procedure. Employment and investment. I have a few proposals to promote investment and foster employment. First of all, to bolster the Indian startup ecosystem, boost the entrepreneurial spirit, and to support innovation, I propose to abolish the so-called angel tax for all classes of investors. Second, there is tremendous potential for cruise tourism in India. To give a fillip to this employment-generating industry, I am proposing a simpler tax regime for foreign shipping companies operating domestic cruises in the country. Third, India is a world leader in the diamond cutting and polishing industry, which employs a large number of skilled workers. To further promote the development of this sector, we would provide for safe harbor rates for foreign mining companies selling raw diamonds in the country. Fourth, to attract foreign capital for our development needs, I propose to reduce the corporate tax rate on foreign companies from 40 to 35%. Deepening the tax base. I have a couple of proposals for deepening the tax base. First, security transaction tax on futures and options of securities is proposed to be increased to 0.02% and 0.1% respectively. Second, for reasons of equity, I propose to tax income received on buyback of shares in the hands of recipients. Other proposals. To improve social security benefits, deduction of expenditure by employers towards NPS is proposed to be increased from 10 to 14% of the employee's salary. Similarly, deduction of this expenditure up to 14% of salary from the income of employees in private sector, public sector banks, and undertakings opting for the new tax regime is proposed to be provided. Indian professionals working in multinationals get ESOPs and invest in social security schemes and other movable assets abroad. Non-reporting of such small foreign assets has penal consequences under the Black Money Act. Such non-reporting of movable assets up to 20 lakh rupees is proposed to be depenalized. Other major proposals in the finance bill relate to withdrawal of equalization levy of 2%, expansion of tax benefits to certain funds and entities in IFSCs, and immunity from penalty and prosecution to Benamidar on full and true disclosure so as to improve conviction under the Benami Transaction Prohibition Act 1988. Personal income tax. Coming to personal income tax rates, I have two announcements to make for those opting for the new tax regime. First, the standard deduction for salaried employees is proposed to be increased from 50,000 to 75,000 rupees. Similarly, deduction on family pension for pensioners is proposed to be enhanced from 15,000 to 25,000 rupees. This will provide relief to about 4 crore salaried individuals and pensioners. Second, in the new tax regime, the tax rate structure is proposed to be revised as follows. 0 to 3 lakh rupees, nil. 3 to 7 lakh rupees, 5%. 7 to 10 lakh rupees, 10%. 10 to 12 lakh rupees, 15%. 12 to 15 lakh rupees, 20%. And above 15 lakh rupees, 30%. As a result of these changes, a salaried employee in the new tax regime stands to save up to 17,500 rupees in income tax. Apart from these, I am also making some other changes as given in the annexure. As a result of these proposals, revenue of about 37,000 crore, that is 29,000 crore in direct taxes and 8,000 crore in indirect taxes will be foregone, while revenue of about 30,000 crore rupees will be additionally mobilized. Thus, the total revenue foregone is about 7,000 crores annually. Mr. Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House. Jai Hind.
Item number 2. Item number 2.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table the following statements under Section 3 of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management, FRBM Act 2003, medium-term fiscal policy cum fiscal policy strategy statement and macroeconomic framework statement.
Item number 3.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Number 2 Bill 2024.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पूरा स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्षवा अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक पूरा स्थापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
Item number 4.
The Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir budget. Sir, I rise to present a statement, Hindi and English versions, of the estimated receipts and expenditure of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir for the year 24-25.
सभा की कार्रवाई कल बुधवार दिनांक 24 जुलाई 2024 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
जो मैं जिंदगी भर में सीख पाया हूँ हालातों से, वो कैसे तुम सीख लोगे सिर्फ उस्तादों से।
The current controversy which is going on about NEET.
जो देश 97 करोड़ वोटर्स का इलेक्शन करवा सकता है शांति से, वो 23 लाख एग्जामिनर्स का एग्जाम न करवा पाए तो मानने वाली बात नहीं।
Pooja Khedkar. This becomes the whole controversy about reserved, non-reserved.
ये बात सही है कि रिजर्वेशन सिस्टम जो हमने रखा है पिछले कई सालों में, उसमें लूप होल्स बहुत ज्यादा है। आई एम नॉट क्वेश्चनिंग द इंटेंशन ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट, पर मुझे नहीं पता ये लोग कैसे काम करते हैं। मैं हंसी मजाक में बच्चों को समझाता हूँ कि सरकार बहुत क्यूट है हमारी। इतने क्यूट लोग हैं, मतलब लोग मजाक बना के चल रहे हैं आपकी पॉलिसीज का। मुझे नहीं लगता कि 10-20% से ज्यादा सच में ऐसी कंडीशन से आ रहे हैं जो बहुत डिजर्विंग है। हमारा समाज जो है वो अभी लोकतंत्र के मूल्यों को डाइजेस्ट कर नहीं पाया है। हमारा सिस्टम डेमोक्रेसी है, थॉट प्रोसेस मोनार्की वाला है। राहुल से मुझे अब उम्मीद ठीक ठाक है अभी, क्योंकि इनकी उम्र बहुत कम है। इतने ही योगी आदित्यनाथ है। आज से 10-15 साल बाद हम इन दोनों को पीएम के रूप में देखेंगे। 112 बच्चों को 200+ मार्क्स मिले इंटरव्यू में इस बार। मैं पूरा नंबर एग्जैक्ट बता रहा हूँ आपको। उनमें से हिंदी में इंटरव्यू देने वाले कितने होंगे आपको अंदाजा है? एक। बहुत ही सफाई से, महीन तरीके से सारी भाषाओं का कत्ल करने का काम यूपीएससी करती है।
Namaste, Jai Hind. You're watching or listening to another edition of the ANI podcast with Smita Prakash. The focus in today's conversation is on education. And why? That's because of the alleged paper leaks, the exam paper leak of the NEET exam. Also on primary and secondary educational system, which many say has broken down. The mushrooming of coaching institutes. Is this a good trend or a bad trend? To answer these questions, we have in our studio Dr. Vikas Divyakirti, educator, author, former civil servant. He has multiple YouTube channels and millions of students in the country who swear by his name. He's also acted and helped in scripting in the film 12th Fail, where he plays himself. Vikas Divyakirti ji, thank you so much for being part of the podcast. My team has been saying कि जब तक विकास जी नहीं आते podcast में तो वो पड़ाव नहीं पहुंचते हैं. So I have been wanting to have you on the podcast for a long time. So I'm very happy that आप आए.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. There are a lot of questions that I have. You've done so many podcasts. You have done so many videos regarding so many subjects. So most of my audience, my viewers, my listeners know about you. Lekin I have my own questions because I'm not a student. And when I was a student, you were not a teacher. Isliye there are many questions that I have. I want to ask you about the current controversy which is going on about NEET. Begin with that. मैं news person हूँ तो फिर news